Chapter 9:17. It was the Peak Master who asked me to call you and deign you. Qinwei smiled. The Peak Master is looking for us? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Could it be that half a month has already passed? Yes. Qinwei nodded. Only you and Dainyu are left now. Once all of you are here, we can head to Gold Peak to meet up with the Peak Masters of the other 4 peaks and the young disciples of the various peaks. Us? You're going as well. Duan Lingtian was stunned. It's not just me, there are 3 other Wood Peak disciples that will be going as well. Qinwei smiled. Even though I don't know where we're going, but since our Wood Peak is the #1 peak of the 5-element sect and has 6 quotas, whereas the quotas of the other peaks are inferior to ours, I presume it won't be a bad thing. Wood Peak has 6 quotas. Aren't the other peaks the same? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, as he never imagined that the Wood Peak would have so many people going this time. At the same time, he was curious as to how many quotas the other peaks had. Yes. Qinwei nodded once more. The quotas this time are distributed according to the ranking of the 5 peaks. Our Wood Peak is the 1st peak, so we have 6 spots. The Gold Peak is the 2nd peak, so we have 5 spots. The Fire Peak is the 3rd peak, so we have 4 spots. The Water Peak is the 4th peak, so we have 3 spots. As for the Earth Peak, we are at the bottom, so we only have 2 spots. Qinwei finished speaking in a single breath. So in this way, our 5-element sect will have 20 young disciples, and the Peak Masters of the 5 peaks this time? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he muttered to himself. I'll go call Dainyu, then we'll go meet up with the Peak Masters. After informing Duan Lingtian, Qinwei headed to the ground floor of the pavilion and knocked on Huang Dainyu's door before calling Huang Dainyu out. When Huang Dainyu came out, his face was rosy and brimming with energy. Duan Lingtian, do you want to train? After Huang Dainyu greeted Qinwei, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who stood in the sky, and grinned as he asked confidently, How do you want to train? Hearing Huang Dainyu's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but squint his eyes as he asked with interest. How about this? I won't draw support from the earth energy, and you won't use wind concept. The 2 of us will fight each other with our bare hands. How about it? Huang Dainyu's eyes lit up. He was eager to try. Dainyu, you actually dare to challenge me. It seems like your breakthrough this time is not small. Duan Lingtian smiled. How is it? Do you dare? A bright smile appeared on Huang Dainyu's face. His words were filled with provocation. Why not? However, we'd better stay away so as not to disturb Shaoxian's cultivation, Duan Lingtian said fearlessly. At the same time, he glanced at the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the pavilion, and a trace of gentleness flashed across his eyes. Immediately after, he flew out and headed straight for the distant horizon. In front of Huang Dainyu and Qinwei's eyes, Duan Lingtian gradually turned into a small black, floating in the distant sky. Duan Lingtian, you're really straightforward. The smile on Huang Dainyu's face grew wider, and he flew out at the same time to follow Qinwei. These 2 fellows, the Peak Master is still waiting for them. Qinwei laughed bitterly as he shook his head, and then he followed as well. High up in the sky, Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu stood in confrontation as they looked directly at each other, and their bodies emitted dense battle intent that would erupt at any moment. Huang Dainyu stared at Duan Lingtian with a strained mind as if he was facing a great enemy. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, and his gaze was extremely calm. It was as if Huang Dainyu wasn't a threat to him at all. Of course, he really felt that Huang Dainyu wasn't a threat in his heart. When Huang Dainyu had just come out, his acute spiritual force had detected Huang Dainyu's cultivation at the first possible moment. 8th level void interpretation stage. 8th level void interpretation stage. 9th level intermediate earth concept. This was Huang Dainyu's current strength. Dainyu, make a move. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Duan Lingtian, you have to be careful. I'm no longer the same Huang Daniu from half a month ago. Huang Daniu could not help but warn Duan Lingtian in a deep voice when he saw how casual Duan Lingtian was. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian was underestimating him. Come. Duan Lingtian nodded, and the smile on his face did not change. Huang Daniu's face sank when he saw this. Although Duan Lingtian was his friend, he could not help but feel slightly angry when he was looked down upon by Duan Lingtian. He was slightly unable to hold it in. Ha! Suddenly, Huang Daniu shouted, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. Subsequently, it merged with the rolling earth concept and transformed into waves of khaki energy. A small portion of the khaki energy condensed and formed a thick stone platform under Huang Daniu's feet. Bang! As soon as the stone platform appeared, Huang Daniu's legs had already kicked out like a running cheetah. He landed on the stone platform, causing the stone platform to shatter into pieces. Then, it was shattered into pieces by a vast force. In the next moment, with the shattered stone platform as the center, a vast, rolling airwave swept out and transformed into a gust of violent wind that blew in all directions. It blew so hard that Chen Wei, who stood at the side, could not help but squint his eyes. Chen Wei's robe fluttered with the wind and fluttered. At this moment, Chen Wei's eyes could not help but narrow when he saw Huang Daniu, who had transformed into a figure that was difficult to capture as he charged straight for Duan Lingtian. He was shocked in his heart. When did Daniu's strength become so strong? Chen Wei did not have the time to react when he saw the 210 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that followed Huang Daniu in the sky. He could not help but be dumbstruck for a moment. He knew very well what it meant to display the strength of 210 ancient horned dragons without the use of a spirit weapon. An 8th level void interpretation martial artist could do it by casting the 9th level void interpretation concept. A 9th level void interpretation martial artist could do it by casting the 8th level void interpretation concept. If it was a middle-aged powerhouse from Wood Peak that displayed such strength, he would not be surprised. But the problem was that the person who displayed such strength was Huang Daniu. Huang Daniu, who only displayed a cultivation at the 6th level void interpretation stage and 6th level earth concept almost a month ago. The current Huang Daniu was like a completely different person compared to the Huang Daniu from that time, and it gave him a strange feeling. Bang! He did not have the time to react when he heard another loud bang sound out. At the same time, an even more terrifying airwave swept out and set off waves of vast, violent wind that blew onto his body and forced him back by a few meters. What happened? Chen Wei used all his strength to open his eyes that had unconsciously narrowed, and he quickly saw the two figures that were colliding in the distance. They were two young men. Now, the two of them were facing each other with their fists. The two people in front of him could be considered to be his acquaintances. However, at this moment, he felt as if it was the first time he got to know the two people before him. Besides the 210 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above the robust and tall young man, there were even 220 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above the violet-clad young man. The strength of 220 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 9th level void interpretation stage martial artist. 9th level void interpretation concept. Duan Lingtiani. Chen Wei was shocked to the point his mouth opened wide, and he was dumbstruck as he looked at the violet figure in the distance, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. Bang! Another loud bang sounded out, and it shocked Chen Wei to the point his body trembled, and he could not help but shudder. He clearly saw the dense violet lightning that was coiled around Duan Lingtian's fist swept out and easily crushed the khaki energy that was coiled around Huang Daniu's fist. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's body leaned forward. On the other hand, Huang Daniu was blasted flying by the punch like an arrow that left the bow. Barf! Huang Daniu, who was blasted flying, flushed. His vital energy and blood were in a mess, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After a while, Huang Daniu finally came to a stop after flying for several tens of meters. After consuming a healing pill, Huang Daniu's injuries were almost completely healed. Of course, this was also because Duan Lingtian had held back. Otherwise, it was impossible for Huang Daniu to only suffer such minor injuries. Duan Lingtian, you freak! Monster! You've actually made a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation. Do those 2 spirit fruits have such powerful medicinal efficacy? Huang Daniu could not help but curse out loud after he regained his senses. His voice became softer and softer as he spoke. The reason he dared to challenge Duan Lingtian earlier was purely because he thought he had some understanding of the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits that Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, gave him. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had only made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation during the Battle of the 5 Peaks a month ago. Even if Duan Lingtian completely absorbed and digested the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits, he would only be able to raise his cultivation base to the peak of the 8th level void interpretation at most. It would be impossible for him to make a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation. However, the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed today made him realize how wrong and ridiculous his previous thoughts were. You think that I haven't made a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation? Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Nonsense, Huang Daniu said snappily. If I knew that you've made a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation, who the hell would want to fight with you? I don't have the hobby of asking for a beating. When Huang Daniu reached the end of his sentence, he looked gloomy. Upon seeing Huang Daniu's gloomy expression, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. His smile was bright and sunny. Duan Lingtian, Daniu, both of you, when did both of you become so strong? Chun Wei flew forward and stared at both of them with his mouth agape. Both of your void interpretation concepts made a breakthrough to the 9th level in the profound assimilation formation? Also, Duan Lingtian, you've actually comprehended the thunder concept as well. At this moment, there were too many questions and questions in Chun Wei's heart. That's right. Our concepts made a breakthrough in the profound assimilation formation. However, my intermediate earth concept has indeed been raised to the 9th level in the profound assimilation formation. It's raised by a total of 3 levels. Huang Daniu grinned. You mean, you've comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept now? Chun Wei stared at Huang Daniu with his eyes wide open. His face was filled with shock. Chapter 918. That's right. Huang Daniu's face was filled with pride. In the profound assimilation formation, I managed to raise my 6th level intermediate earth concept to the 9th level earth concept. When Huang Daniu reached here, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. The smile on his face became even more proud. In this regard, I'm much stronger than Duan Lingtian. His intermediate thunder concept was originally at the 7th level. When he raised it to the 9th level in the profound assimilation formation, it only increased by 2 levels. When Duan Lingtian saw that Huang Daniu was trying to find a balance in this matter again, he shook his head and ignored him. I've long heard that the profound assimilation formation is not simple. However, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. It actually raised both of your void interpretation concepts to the 9th level. Chun Wei exclaimed with a face full of envy. Then, Chun Wei looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled wryly. Duan Lingtian, I thought you've only comprehended the 3rd level intermediate wind concept. I didn't expect you to have also comprehended the 7th level thunder concept. Before this, he was like most of the people. He thought the reason why Duan Lingtian was so powerful was because of his innate ability. Without his innate ability, Duan Lingtian would not even be ranked among the outstanding young disciples in the Five-Element sect. However, at this moment, he realized how stupid and ridiculous his previous thoughts were. Duan Lingtian, this guy really hit his strength well. Huang Daniu's eyes flashed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Now, I wouldn't be surprised even if he exerted a third concept, the void interpretation concept, besides the thunder concept and wind concept. Huang Daniu's words made the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitch unnoticeably. Although he knew Huang Daniu was just saying it casually, he could not help but feel a slight ripple in his heart. He really did comprehend the third void interpretation concept. Not only did he comprehend the third void interpretation concept, but he had also comprehended the fourth void interpretation concept. His earth concept and sword concept were both at the void interpretation concept level. However, Chen Wei did not take Huang Daniu's words to heart. As far as he was concerned, it was already shocking that Duan Lingtian was able to comprehend two types of void interpretation concepts at such a young age, and it was impossible for him to comprehend a third type of void interpretation concept, even if the Duan Lingtian was a variant. Your cultivations! Soon after, Chen Wei glanced at Huang Daniu before shifting his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His face was filled with doubt. It's all thanks to the few spirit fruits that the Peak Master gave us that our cultivation base is high. Those spirit fruits are the cultivation resources that the sect gave us. Huang Daniu laughed. Only now did Chen Wei come to a sudden understanding, and the envy on his face grew even more. Yet there wasn't the slightest bit of jealousy. He knew very well in his heart that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu deserved everything they had. Without Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, it would be impossible for Wood Peak to shake off the fate of being at the bottom, let alone becoming the first peak of the Five-Element sect. If Wood Peak could not shake off the fate of being at the bottom, even if the sect obtained the spirit fruits, it would not be distributed to Wood Peak. Let's go! The Peak Master is still waiting for us. Chen Wei called out to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian before flying out. Duan Lingtian nodded his head and followed Chen Wei with Huang Daniu as they flew up to the sky far away. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, again. Behind Chiyu, there were three other Wood Peak disciples. The three young disciples were around the age of 35. It was obvious that they were also going to Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy swept out and quickly detected the cultivation base of the three of them. All of them were at the fourth level void interpretation, similar to Chen Wei in the past. He had already noticed it when Chen Wei came to look for him. Currently, Chen Wei's cultivation base had already broken through to the fifth level void interpretation. You're here. When Qi Yu saw Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, a rare smile appeared on his calm face. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu greeted Qi Yu with a smile before they stood next to him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, senior brother Huang Daniu. At this moment, the three Wood Peak disciples standing behind Qi Yu greeted Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu respectfully in unison. It made Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu feel flattered. In terms of age, these three Wood Peak disciples were older than them. Let's go. Qi Yu brought along Duan Lingtian and the other five and flew straight to Gold Peak. In just a short while, they arrived at the sky outside of Gold Peak. Over there were already two groups of people standing separately in the sky and gathered together. When they noticed the arrival of Duan Lingtian and the other people from Wood Peak, the two groups of people gathered their attention and quickly locked onto two people from Wood Peak, Duan Lingtian and Qi Yu. When Duan Lingtian had just arrived at Wood Peak, he had already killed a direct disciple of a Wood Peak elder. After that, he even forced the Wood Peak elder to cripple his own cultivation base. From that moment on, Duan Lingtian's name had already spread throughout the entire Five-Element sect. Later on, Duan Lingtian even became famous in just one battle during the Battle of the Five Peaks. He defeated Brother Nangong, who was the strongest among the younger generation in the Five Element sect before he came to the Five Element sect. He obtained the first place in the individual and team battles of the Battle of the Five Peaks and helped Wood Peak to become the first peak of the Five Element sect. Currently, Duan Lingtian's reputation in the Five Element sect could be said to be soaring. He had even surpassed Brother Nangong from Gold Peak. Some of the Five Element sect's disciples even secretly regarded Duan Lingtian as the new strongest person among the younger generation in the sect because he could defeat Brother Nangong from Gold Peak. Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, had originally been quiet for many years. However, during the Battle of the Five Peaks, he made his move like lightning and severely injured Cha by the Peak Master of Fire Peak twice. At that moment, the Five Element sect's disciples who were present finally knew. Chiyu, who is known as the second strongest person in the Five Element sect, did not have an undeserved reputation. He really possessed such strength. From that moment on, Chiyu had also become the hot topic of many Five Element sect's disciples. Peak Master Chiyu. The two groups of people were the people from Water Peak and Earth Peak who had arrived first. Yu Feng, the Peak Master of Water Peak, and Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, came up to greet Chiyu with a smile. Peak Master Yu Feng, Peak Master Tiangu. Chiyu responded to each of them with a smile. He was very polite. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and glanced at the people from Water Peak and Earth Peak one by one. He noticed that other than the two Peak Masters, Yu Feng and Tiangu, there were only 5 young disciples from both peaks. Among the 3 from Water Peak, other than Tan Huan and the female disciple from Water Peak, whom he had met twice, there was another female disciple from Wood Peak. There were only 2 people from Earth Peak, and both of them were familiar faces. They were none other than Tian Zhen and the male disciple from Earth Peak, who had also met Duan Lingtian twice. The number of young disciples from both peaks combined was not even comparable to the group of Wood Peak's disciples, including Duan Lingtian. The people from Fire Peak are here. Suddenly, a Wood Peak's disciple could not help but exclaim in a low voice. At once, other than Duan Lingtian and Chiyu, the rest of the people present on the scene shifted their attention to the 5 figures that were flying towards them from afar. These 5 people were led by one person. The person in the lead was an old man dressed in red. He was none other than Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Behind Cha Bai, there were 4 other Fire Peak's disciples. These 4 Fire Peak's disciples were led by Hu Fei as they followed closely behind Cha Bai. Since everyone is here, let's set off. At this moment, before Yu Feng and Tian Gu could even greet Cha Bai, a loud and clear voice resonated from the direction of Gold Peak, attracting everyone's attention. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could see a total of 6 figures flying towards them from the direction of Gold Peak. Among them, the Peak Master of Gold Peak, who was also the sect leader of Five Element sect, Guochong, was leading the group. Behind Guochong, the 2 brothers Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi followed closely behind. One of them was moving while the other was still, displaying a peerless elegance. Behind the 2 of them, there were 3 other Gold Peak's disciples. All of them were young disciples who were around the age of 35. It was obvious that they were also preparing to go to the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Sect leader. The moment Guochong appeared, the people from the other 4 peaks bowed slightly. They either nodded or bowed slightly. Most of them only bowed to greet him. Only the 4 Peak Masters and Duan Lingtian were exceptions. They only nodded their heads in greeting. For a moment, Duan Lingtian, who was standing among the group of 5 Element sect's disciples, stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens when the other 5 Element sect's disciples bowed. If it was someone else, perhaps Guochong would be slightly dissatisfied. However, when he realized that this person was Duan Lingtian, he completely lost his temper. In his opinion, As a variant, Duan Lingtian could temporarily join the Five-Element sect. It could be considered as a blessing for the Five-Element sect. As for those complicated formalities, Duan Lingtian had the right to ignore them. Let's go! Guo Chong nodded his head at the crowd before shouting out softly. The instant his words left his mouth, Guo Chong led the 5 Gold Peaks disciples and flew towards the southwest direction. Since he had to take care of the Gold Peaks disciples, he deliberately slowed down his speed. Let's go! At this moment, Chi Yu, Yufang, Tiangu, and Cha Bai called out to the young disciples that they brought with them before following the group of Gold Peaks people closely like shadows. That Emperor Wu's secret treasure is in the southwest. Flying all the way to the southwest, Duan Lingtian could not help but squint his eyes as he muttered. That direction is located between the south of the northern desert and the west of the northern desert. It's closer to the 4 major forces in the south of the northern desert. In the ancient desert city in the south of the northern desert, in the Skywolf Fort, in an underground palace in the inner fort, 5 people stood in front of a high platform. Looking at the high platform that was shrouded in fog, each of their eyes were gleaming brightly. It's going to be 3 hours soon. The only middle-aged man among the 5 said in a low voice, "The profound assimilation formation is about to close. It's time for the 9 of them to come out." One of the old men among the 5 had his eyes lit up all of a sudden. He looked at the fog on the high platform in anticipation as though he was waiting for something. Time passed by quietly. What's going on? It's already been 4 hours. Why hasn't the profound assimilation formation closed on its own yet? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that there's something wrong with the profound assimilation formation? Chapter 919. The 5 people on the scene were none other than the 5 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort. The 5 vice fort masters were led by Luo Fu. Next to him were Meng Li, Ning Kan, Yukong, and Feng Wei. Feng Wei was Luo Fu's disciple. At the same time, he was also the only middle-aged man among the 5 vice fort masters. The other 4 were old men in their 70s. At this moment, the 5 of them had a grave expression on their faces. They knew very well that the profound assimilation formation would only be open for 3 hours at most before it would close on its own. At this time, the people inside would come out, and the concept they comprehended would more or less improve. However, for hours had passed, and the profound assimilation formation still did not show any signs of closing. It was as though something had gone wrong, and they could not help but feel anxious. Don't tell me something has really happened. Feng Wei had a grave expression on his face. I don't think so. The profound assimilation formation is an inscription formation that was personally laid out by a martial monarch powerhouse. Logically speaking, it's impossible for something to go wrong. Luo Fu shook his head. His wise eyes shone brightly as he stared at the fog on the high platform. Something must have happened in there that we don't know about. Although Meng Li, Ning Kan, and Yukong did not say anything, they were also staring at the profound assimilation formation on the high platform in front of them. A hint of worry could be seen on their faces. Compared to the 5 vice fort masters' restlessness outside the profound assimilation formation, it was calm inside the profound assimilation formation. 9 young talents sat cross-legged in various places as they comprehended their concepts in silence. Around the bodies of the 9 young geniuses, strands of materialized concepts seemed to be rising. It was either wind concept, fire concept, water concept, thunder concept, or earth concept. All 5 of the above belonged to the nature concept. There was another person whose body was surrounded by strands of sword-shaped energy. It was the materialized sword concept. Among them, 8 of the young geniuses sat there motionlessly like statues. Only one of them had his brows furrowed and relaxed from time to time. This was a young man dressed in white. He looked to be in his early 30s. Although his eyes were closed, his face was unusually cold. especially the strand of black flame mark between his brows. Just a glance at it was enough to cause one to feel apprehensive. At this moment, the black flame mark seemed to have come to life, burning brightly. "Ghost Elder, how did you do it?" At the same time, a voice suddenly sounded in the depths of the white-clothed young man's mind. It was filled with surprise. In the depths of the white-clad young man's mind, there were two masses of vast concept energy gathered near the strand of solidified soul. They were like two masses of clouds that kept rolling. One of the concept energy was green, while the other was red. It was the concept energy that corresponded to the wind concept and fire concept. Humph! At the same time, a cold horse, an aged low snort suddenly exploded in the mind of the white-clothed young man. "It's only an inscription formation set up by a mere martial monarch stage inscription master. How could it be difficult for me to obtain the ghost flame? Although the remnant of my soul right now is far from my prime, it's still very easy for me to extract some of the concept energy from this inscription formation and force it into your body. If I was at my prime, then even if I extracted all the concept energy refined from the wind concept fragment and fire concept fragment and poured it into your body, it wouldn't be a difficult matter." When the hoarse and aged voice reached the end of his sentence, it was filled with disdain. Based on his words, it was as though he was looking down on the profound assimilation formation set up by the martial monarch powerhouse he was currently in. Yes, yes. What martial monarch powerhouse? He's nothing in front of you, Ghost Elder. The voice that spoke earlier had a hint of flattery in his tone. Then he changed the topic. "Ghost Elder, with the two concept energy that you extracted, to what level can my wind concept and fire concept be raised to?" "Void transformation concept." The hoarse and aged voice resonated again. Void transformation concept? Ghost Elder, you're not joking, right?" The voice of the former was filled with shock. "Ever since you obtained the Devil's Seal tablets fragment by chance, and my remnant soul resided in your body, when have I ever lied to you?" A hint of anger could be heard in the hoarse and aged voice. "Of course not. Ghost Elder, please don't take what happened earlier to heart. I just thought it was too unbelievable and I was too excited." The voice of the former was filled with panic. "Humph!" The aged voice snorted again and continued to say, "Zishang boy, remember this? What I can give you is far beyond your imagination. As long as you remember the promise you made to me and help me reconstruct my soul in the future, I won't mistreat you." The aged voice said again. "Yes, yes." Zishang's voice resonated in a panic. He did not dare to slack off at all. "All right, I'll return the control of your body to you now. You'll merge the two concept energy that I extracted for you with your two concepts." After the hoarse and aged voice finished speaking, it became completely silent. At the same time, the black flame mark between Zishang's eyebrows disappeared without a trace. It was as though it had never existed. It was extremely strange. Zishang slowly opened his eyes. A fierce gleam flashed across his eyes as he muttered to himself coldly, "Duan Lingtian, I'll give you a big surprise the next time we meet. Even if Ghost Elder can't make a move on you, I can still destroy you. As long as I obtain your Devil Seal tablet, my future will be bright. Even those powerhouses like Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent will be trampled under my feet sooner or later." A wicked smile appeared on Zishang's face as he muttered to himself. After a while, he finally stopped laughing. Subsequently, Zishang closed his eyes again and merged the two concept energy in the depth of his mind. A vast flame rose around Zishang's body, accompanied by gusts of green wind. With the help of the wind, the flame raged even more fiercely. Time passed by quietly. 3 days passed by in just a blink of an eye. It's been 3 days, but the profound assimilation formation still hasn't closed by itself. In the underground palace of Skywolf Fort's inner fort, Ning kept pacing back and forth on the high platform that was shrouded in fog. His face was filled with worry. He was worried about his direct disciple, Zishang. "We've already waited for 3 days. There's no need to rush now," Luo Fu, who was standing by the side, said. However, although he said so, there was still a hint of worry in his eyes. Suddenly, Luo Fu raised his eyebrows as though he had noticed something. He stared at the profound assimilation formation on the high platform, which was also the fog that was visible to the naked eye. The fog was stirring and showing signs of shrinking. The profound assimilation formation is closing. At this moment, Ning came to a halt. The other 3 Skywolf Forts, Vice Fort Masters, who were sitting cross-legged, cultivating at the side, opened their eyes one after another and stood up. They looked at the fog that was shrinking on the high platform. Soon after, the fog disappeared. 9 figures, sitting cross-legged on the high platform, appeared before their eyes one by one. There were 8 young men and 1 young woman. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize the young woman with just a glance. She was Yi Ling, whom he had met once during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. She was the strongest person among the younger generation in the Darqing dynasty. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties had ended, Yi Ling had stayed in Skywolf Fort and was heavily nurtured. Compared to the past, her cultivation base was as different as heaven and earth. Soon after, the 9 people opened their eyes one after another and woke up. "Zishang, how's the progress of your wind concept?" Ken was the first to look at the white-clothed young man who was his personal disciple, Zishang, and asked impatiently, "Master, Zishang didn't disappoint you." Zishang smiled faintly. The air around his body stirred and emitted a scorching aura. After a few moments, a vast flame rose and shrouded Zishang's entire body. It made him look like a majestic fire giant. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred in the sky and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons gradually formed. 10, 20, 30. The number was still increasing. Under the stunned gaze of the group of people, the number of ancient horned dragons, silhouettes, finally stopped increasing and came to a stop. The strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Luo Fu sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "First level advanced concept of fire! Zishang, why have you actually comprehended the void transformation concept?" Void transformation concept. At once, the other 8 Skywolf Fort's young disciples were petrified. They stared blankly at the 200 silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons above Zishang's head. They could not regain their senses for a long time. "Zishang, why your fire concept was only at the void initiation concept before you entered the profound assimilation formation, right?" At this moment, Ning Kan asked in a daze. "Void initiation concept?" The moment Ning Kan's words left his mouth, Luo Fu and the other 4 Vice Fort Masters were petrified as well. Before he entered the profound assimilation formation, his concept was only at the void initiation concept. After he came out, his concept had risen to the void transformation concept? Did that not mean he had surpassed the void interpretation concept? Yes. Zishang nodded. He was secretly delighted when he saw the stunned and shocked expression on everyone's face. He enjoyed this feeling very much. Subsequently, with just a thought in his mind, a gust of terrifying green wind condensed and formed around his body and merged with the scorching flame continuously. At this moment, the flame skyrocketed and rose higher and higher. At the same time, 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Zishang's head before another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. The strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. Third level advance wind concept. The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons is the strength of the first level advance fire concept. After the first level advance fire concept, uses the wind concept? It's similar to the earth concept using the earth energy. Chapter 920. The 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort had dumbstruck expressions as they looked at the 700 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Zishang. And besides shock, there was only shock in their hearts. 3rd level advance, wind concept. It was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. 1st level advance fire concept. It was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Not only that, but the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons could be added to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons through the fire concept. In total, it was equivalent to the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. The other 8 Skywolf Fort's disciples who were present were stunned. They could not regain their senses for a long time. After a while, one of the Skywolf Fort's disciples regained his senses. He gulped and muttered, "Didn't the Vice Fort Masters say that after we entered the profound assimilation formation, perhaps the low-level void interpretation concept can be raised by 2 or 3 levels, but the high-level void interpretation concept can only raise 1 or 2 levels?" He looked at Zishang and said, Perhaps something's wrong with the profound assimilation formation. I feel like I've been in there for more than 3 hours. Perhaps our improvement is as big as Zishang's. Before I entered the profound assimilation formation, I comprehended the 5th level intermediate thunder concept. If I'm not mistaken, I should have comprehended the void transformation concept as well, said the other Skywolf Fort's disciple as he hurriedly adjusted his concept. Before I entered the profound assimilation formation, I've comprehended the 5th level intermediate thunder concept. If I'm not mistaken, I should have comprehended the void transformation concept as well. At this moment, everyone, including Zishang, shifted their attention to the sky above the Skywolf Fort's disciple. The heaven and earth energy was stirring and brewing there, and the heaven and earth phenomenon was gradually forming. A cold smile appeared on Zishang's face. How could trash like this be compared to him? Soon after, silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the Skywolf Fort's disciple one after another. The number continued to increase until it finally stopped at 80 silhouettes. The strength of 80 ancient horned dragons represented the 7th level void interpretation concept. 7th level intermediate thunder concept? How's that possible? Looking at the 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head, the Skywolf Fort's disciple's face turned grave. Isn't the difference between this and Zishang a little too big? At this moment, the remaining Skywolf Fort's disciples, including Yiling, began to test out their concepts one by one. In the end, they discovered that the person who improved the most amongst them had only improved by 3 levels. A disciple of the Skywolf Fort had comprehended the 4th level of void interpretation concept to the 6th level. For a time, numerous gazes converged onto Zishang, and their gazes were filled with surprise and bewilderment. Zishang revealed a smug smile on his face. He enjoyed this feeling very much. Unfortunately, my cultivation base is still slightly lacking. I hope I can smoothly break through to the 7th level void interpretation when I enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Zishang thought to himself, Blade Sect, as one of the 4 great factions of power in the southern of the northern desert, Blade Sect was stationed in 2 vast valleys adjacent to each other. Of the 2 valleys, one was the Saber Valley, which belonged to the Saber School, while the other was the Sword Valley, which belonged to the Sword School. In the middle of the Saber Valley and the Sword Valley, there was a towering hill with continuous buildings standing on it. It was the place where the Blade Sect's high-ranking officials usually lived and cultivated. Currently, in a palace on the hill, 5 people stood in front of a high platform. The high platform was shrouded in fog. Among the 5 people, there were 2 old men and 3 middle-aged men. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the 3 middle-aged men with just a glance. They were none other than Sword 13, the vice sect leader of Sword School, Saber 5, the vice sect leader of Saber School, and the elder of Sword School, Feng Wu Dao. However, Feng Wu Dao's face was a little solemn as he stared at the fog on the high platform in front of him. He was a little nervous. Sect leaders. Feng Wu Dao could not help but look at the 2 old men and ask solemnly, "This profound assimilation formation, will it really not harm the fire spirit body?" Theoretically, it won't. Moreover, I've never heard of anything happening to the innate spirit body after entering the profound assimilation formation. One of the old men, who was tall and sturdy, shook his head. "Don't worry. Since Tianwu, that girl, has an innate spirit body, there'll only be benefits in the profound assimilation formation that's filled with concept energy. There won't be any harm at all." Another skinny old man chimed in. The 2 old men were the 2 sect leaders of Blade Sect. They were in charge of Saber School and Sword School, respectively. It's a pity that Tianwu, that girl, can't consume the spirit fruit. Otherwise, with the fire concept that she has comprehended and her terrifying strength, she'll definitely be able to accomplish something after entering Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Sword 13 sighed. Upon hearing this, Feng Wu Dao and the 2 old men fell silent. Feng Tianwu's comprehension of the fire concept was extremely shocking. However, her cultivation base was still at the 3rd level void interpretation. It was even inferior to many of the Blade Sect's disciples. If it was not for her shocking fire concept, she would not even be qualified to enter the profound assimilation formation and enjoy the baptism of hundreds of concept fragments. It's going to be 3 hours soon. Saber 5, who was standing at the side, suddenly brightened up. He looked at the profound assimilation formation that shrouded the high platform in anticipation. Upon hearing Saber 5's words, the other 4 people looked at the profound assimilation formation together. After a short while, the mist on the high platform disappeared and revealed its true appearance. The 10 young men and women who were sitting cross-legged at different places finally woke up one by one after a while. "War!" Looking at the beautiful figure who slowly stood up, a joyful smile appeared on Feng Wu Dao's face. His heart, that was hanging in the air, was finally at ease. "Father." Upon hearing the voice, Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wu Dao. A smile appeared on her beautiful face. "I'm sorry to have made you worry. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine." Feng Wu Dao shook his head. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred as the wind and clouds changed. It was the other 9 Blade Sect's disciples, including Su Li, Long Yin, and Zhang Shouyong. One by one, they displayed their concepts and triggered the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Their concepts had more or less risen by 2 or 3 levels. "Tianwu, let's see how much your fire concept has risen." The skinny old man looked at Feng Tianwu kindly. "Yes, sect leader." Upon hearing the sect leader of Sword Sect's words, Feng Tianwu did not dare to slack off at all. The red robe on her body fluttered as though it had transformed into a burning flame. "Su Li, are you really not interested in this, Feng Tianwu? If you're not interested, I, your senior brother, won't hold back any more." A green-clothed young man that stood by Su Li's side looked at Feng Tianwu with a gaze that seemed to have traces of burning desire, and he wished for nothing more than to take her for himself. "Senior brother Lien, I've already told you. Tian Wu already has someone in her heart." Su Li frowned and said, "That person is not someone you can afford to offend." "You're talking about that Duan Lingtian who originally wanted to come to our Blade Sect with all of you, but was chased by the people from Skywolf Fort Halfway, and even went missing?" The young man in green smiled disdainfully. "Putting aside the fact that he's dead now, even if he's not dead, I'm still not afraid of him." first place in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? That kind of trashy martial competition is not worth mentioning at all. Upon hearing the young man in green cursing Duan Lingtian, Su Li's face turned grave. His eyes gleamed coldly as he clenched his fists tightly. However, he did not flare up in the end. Put aside the fact that this young man in green had a high status, just his strength alone had far surpassed his current strength. His cultivation base was at the 8th level void interpretation, and he had comprehended the 9th level sword concept. It was not something the current him could compare to. Due to the fact that everyone's attention was on Feng Tianwu, nobody heard the conversation between Su Li and the young man in green. Whoosh! At the same time, waves of scorching aura swept out from Feng Tianwu's body, setting off waves of scorching wind that blew in all directions. Whoosh! 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 The fierce wind that brought with it a scorching hot aura caused the expressions of the Blade sect disciples with weaker chi realms to change, and they turned pale. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Feng Tianwu was completely enveloped by flames that shot up into the sky. It set off the long red robe on her body, causing her to look as though she had transformed into a fire elf. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred, and the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared. In just a few moments, hundreds of silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons appeared. S9th level intermediate fire concept. Looking at the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Feng Tianwu's head, everyone present on the scene was petrified. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Soon after, they regained their senses and horror dawned on them. The reason they regained their senses was because after the appearance of the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared as the flames on Feng Tianwu's body continued to rise. 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared before the crowd in just a blink of an eye. First level advanced fire concept. At this moment, everyone, including the 2 sect leaders from the Saber sect and the Sword sect, could not help but narrow their eyes. Their faces were filled with shock. Before Feng Tianwu entered the profound assimilation formation, she seemed to have only comprehended the 5th level intermediate fire concept. However, right now, she had actually comprehended the 1st level advanced fire concept after coming out of the profound assimilation formation. When they saw the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons turning into 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in just a few moments, everyone was numb as they stared at the scene before them with their mouths agape. T2nd level advanced fire concept. Su Li sucked in a cold breath. It's not just the 2nd level advanced fire concept. The number of ancient horned dragons is still increasing. Zhang Shouyong muttered with his eyes wide open. Indeed, the number of ancient horned dragons above Feng Tianwu's head was still increasing. The 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons soon turned into 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Then it turned into 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons again. It was still increasing. Unknowingly, everyone was numb to it. So this is the fire spirit body? Don't tell me she has absorbed all of the fire concept fragments that were refined by the profound assimilation formation? Chapter 921. Emotion Severing Sect. In a quiet little courtyard, a young man dressed in green sat there. Around his body, there seemed to be waves of aqua-blue waves sweeping past. It was the water concept. In the sky, 200 ancient horned dragons, silhouettes, spiraled down. They stayed there quietly, accumulating their energy. At this moment, the young man sitting there did not use any origin energy at all. In other words, he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to condense 200 ancient horned dragons, silhouettes, with his water concept alone. It was obvious that he had comprehended the first-level advanced water concept. Time passed by quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the waves of aqua-blue ripples around the young man's body suddenly stirred. They emitted waves of mist that spread out like a gentle breeze. Droplets of water swept out from the mist and landed on the flowers and plants planted in the courtyard like stars in the sky. It added some vitality to the flowers and plants. Supreme emotion forgetting technique. Extreme water, condense ice. All of a sudden, the young man in the aqua-blue ripples opened his eyes. A gleam flashed across his eyes as he muttered. Almost at the instant his words left his mouth, the waves of aqua-blue ripples around his body emitted waves of bone-chilling coldness until they no longer emitted any mist. It didn't take long for the blue waves to completely condense together, turning into a thick layer of ice. The thick layer of ice covered the young man's entire body. However, the young man did not seem to notice it at all. His face was still cold as he continued to mutter without stopping. Whoosh! Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in the sky out of thin air. It was an expressionless, middle-aged man. I didn't expect that our emotion-severing sect, which has been passed down for thousands of years and no one has been able to cultivate the supreme emotion-forsaking technique, has been successfully cultivated by him. The extremity of water condenses ice. The extremity of ice gives birth to fire. The extremity of fire gathers lightning. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. With his current progress, I think it won't be long before he successfully nurtures the fire concept with the ice concept. At that time, he'll be able to unleash both ice and fire at the same time. The power of both ice and fire will multiply. Suddenly, as though he had noticed something, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. Whoosh! When he lowered his head and looked down, he saw that the young man in the small courtyard was covered in a thick layer of ice. Wisps of flames were rising from the ice around his body. The blazing flames emitted a hot aura, but they did not fuse with the extremely cold ice, and the extremely cold ice did not extinguish the flames either. It looked extremely strange. The peaceful coexistence of the two seemed to have completely violated the principle of water restrains fire. Whoosh! At this moment, another 200 silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons appeared beside the 200 silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons above the young man's head. All of a sudden, bang! The young man stomped his feet on the ground, and the thick bricks on the ground cracked apart. Cracks spread out in all directions, as if forming a huge spider web. On this spider web, waves of cold air were left behind, and within the cold air, there were also wisps of scorching aura. The combination of contradictions caused the flowers and plants in the courtyard to completely lose their vitality. Whoosh! After stomping on the ground, the young man borrowed the force to soar into the air. It was as if he had turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing high into the sky. Supreme emotion forgetting technique. Ice and fire dual heaven. The young man stood in the air and muttered. When he reached the end of his sentence, he suddenly shouted out loud. As he shouted out loud, the ice and flames on his body strangely merged into one, transforming into wisps of brand new azure flames. It looked crystal clear and beautiful. They were like wisps of burning ice flames. The ice flames emitted waves of extreme cold and scorching heat. The combination of contradictions caused the heaven and earth energy in the sky to stir again. Boom! Without warning, the young man took a step forward and threw a punch in the air. It was like a cannonball that shot out rapidly. Azure flames instantly surged out of his fist. It was like a shockwave that tore through the sky and swept out, setting off a series of ear-piercing explosions. Waves of air that was a mixture of cold and scorching heat swept out in all directions. In the sky above his head, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons had appeared beside the 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. From the beginning until the end, he did not use any origin energy at all. In other words, the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons was not given to him by his origin energy. That's right. Even though the dual heavens of ice and fire is only at the beginner level, it's still enough to help you increase your strength by half. When you've taken another step forward and cultivated it to mastery, you'll be able to increase your strength by 1-fold. Unknowingly, a middle-aged man with a cold expression appeared out of thin air not far from the young man, and a rare wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this middle-aged man as Pei-yin, the sect leader of Emotion Severing Sect. As for the young man, he was Flame Young Master Zhang Yan. The Supreme Emotion Forgetting Technique was a cultivation method passed down in the Emotion Severing Sect since ancient times. It was said that even in the entire Cloud Continent, it could be considered as a top-notch cultivation method. However, all this while nobody in the Emotion Severing Sect could cultivate it successfully. In order to cultivate the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Technique, other than completely severing one's emotions, one must also comprehend the water concept to a certain level. The peak of water was ice. The peak of ice was fire. The peak of fire was thunder. These short words were the outline of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting mantra. Once a person who cultivated the Supreme Emotion Forgetting technique succeeded in condensing ice from water and comprehended the ice concept, he would be able to rely on the ice concept to nurture the fire concept that was at the same extreme. Moreover, the fire concept did not need to be comprehended by the cultivator himself. As long as the ice concept improved, the fire concept would also improve at the same time. This was because it originated from the ice concept. It was the same for the thunder concept at the back. As a top-notch cultivation method in the entire Cloud Continent, the Supreme Emotion Forgetting technique strength was naturally not limited to just this point. Those who cultivated the Supreme Emotion Forgetting technique would also be able to master a special technique, and it was the Ice and Fire Dual Heaven. The Ice and Fire Dual Heaven was divided into 2 levels, the rudimentary stage and the mastery stage. Compared to the complicated martial skill, it was much more concise. At the rudimentary stage, one could merge the ice concept and fire concept into one. Not only could one combine the strength of the two, but it could also increase the strength by 50%. Just like Zhang Yan now. His first-level advanced water concept was transformed into the first-level advanced ice concept through the Supreme Emotion Forgetting technique. It was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The fire concept that was nurtured was at the same level as the first-level advanced fire concept. It was also equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. When the two were combined, it was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. With the ice and fire dual heaven that was at the rudimentary stage, one could increase the strength by 50%, which was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Once the ice and fire dual heaven was cultivated to the mastery stage, one could increase the strength by 50%, which was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The stronger the ice concept was, the stronger the fire concept was, and the stronger the ice and fire dual heaven would be. In addition, the dual heavens of ice and fire could only be considered as a combination of the ice concept and the fire concept. It did not conflict with the martial skill at all, so it was completely possible to use the dual heavens of ice and fire as a foundation to execute the martial skill. In that case, the strength would increase as well. Master. When Zhang Yan saw the person who came, he hurriedly bowed. He did not dare to be negligent at all. Prepare. We'll depart tomorrow and head to Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Pei-yin nodded. The moment his words left his mouth, he vanished into thin air before Zhang Yan's eyes. After Pei-yin left, a gleam flashed across Zhang Yan's eyes as he muttered to himself, "With my current cultivation base at the 7th level void interpretation, coupled with the dual heavens of ice and fire formed from the fusion of ice and fire concept, I can exert the strength of 700 ancient horn dragons without using any spirit weapons. If there's no accident, none of the young powerhouses from the other sects should be a match for me now. As Zhang Yan muttered to himself, his eyes were filled with confidence. Ever since Zhang Yan joined the emotion-severing sect and displayed his innate talent and comprehension ability, he had been constantly fed with spirit fruits. After he had broken through to the 6th level void interpretation, he no longer had any suitable spirit fruits to consume. Although there were many spirit fruits in the emotion-severing sect, they were all spirit fruits that he had consumed in the past. He was already immune to the medicinal efficacy. Due to this reason, since the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held at the Skywolf Fort, he who did not have any spirit fruits to consume had only made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. Duan Lingtian, he just came out from the Dark Han dynasty. I'm sure he didn't consume any spirit fruits that are exclusive to void interpretation martial artists. After he joined the Blade sect, he has no shortage of spirit fruits. It's very likely that his current cultivation base has already surpassed mine. A familiar purple figure appeared in his mind. A rare faint smile crept up the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth. However, even if his cultivation base is higher than mine, and his concept is raised with the help of the profound assimilation formation, his strength is still far from mine after I've successfully cultivated the supreme emotion-forsaking technique. Only that Zishang, perhaps he can pose a threat to me. A hint of dread appeared between Zhang Yan's brows when he thought of Zishang. He still could not help but shudder when he recalled the secret technique Zishang had cast previously. 2nd level void interpretation. After casting the secret technique, his cultivation base skyrocketed to the 6th level void interpretation. Fortunately, Zishang's concept did not seem to be able to be raised at the same time. Chapter 922. In the southwestern region of the northern desert. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One after another, swift silhouettes came from the northeast direction. Their speed was extremely fast as they passed through the clouds and mist in the sky, leaving behind a clear heaven road. The group was led by 3 middle-aged men, an old man and a middle-aged woman. There were 20 people following behind them. All 20 of them were young men and women. With just a glance, one could see that none of them were over 40 years old. We're almost there. The middle-aged man leading the group was none other than Guachong, the sect leader of 5 Element sect. He withdrew his gaze from the distance and came to a halt as he slowed down. At once, the rest of them slowed down as well. We're here. At once, the 20 young men following behind him could not help but be stunned. It has been more than a month since the day we departed. Right now, we're about to arrive at the place where we're supposed to go. Guo Chang's voice entered everyone's ears in a timely manner. We're really here. Duan Lingtian followed behind and slowed down as well. When he heard Guo Chang's words, his eyes lit up immediately. Duan Lingtian, we're about to enter the Emperor Wu secret land. At that time, if both of us join forces, we won't have to worry about not being able to obtain the treasures left behind by Emperor Wu. Huang Daniel looked at Duan Lingtian and said excitedly through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by how thick-skinned Huang Daniel was. Did he need to join forces with someone else? Even if he wanted to join forces with someone else, it did not seem to be this fellow's turn, right? It was more likely that he would look for Nangong Chen from Gold Peak. Currently, Nangong Chen's cultivation base should have already broken through to the 9th level void interpretation. Coupled with his 1st level advanced earth concept, his strength was so strong that he was only weaker than Duan Lingtian among the younger generation in the entire 5 Element sect. Duan Lingtian did not doubt whether Nangong Chen would be able to break through to the 9th level void interpretation or not. After all, the 2 spirit fruits that he consumed last time were distributed by the 5 Element sect. Wood Peak had 4, while Gold Peak had 3. Thinking about it, at least 2 of Jean Feng's 3 crystals were in Nangong Chen's hands. I'm sure you're all curious about where you're going. Now I'll tell you. Guo Chang's voice continued to ring out. Other than Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples' eyes lit up. Even Nangong Chin was no exception. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard this. He knew that Guo Chong was going to tell him about the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The place we're going to this time is the secret treasure, left behind by an expert named Emperor Wu. Guo Chong's words entered everyone's ears word by word. Apart from the other 4 peak masters who remained calm, apart from Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, the rest of the 5 Element Sect's disciples were stunned for a moment before they burst into an uproar. The secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu! Oh my God! The secret treasure left behind by an expert named Emperor Wu. How many treasures would there be in there? Even if it's the 9th level concept fragments, grade 1 spirit weapons, and grade 1 medicinal pills, I'm afraid it has everything you need, right? I knew it. The sect leader and the 4 peak masters would bring us out personally. It must be no small matter. However, I never thought that the sect leader and the 4 peak masters would bring us to Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The group of 5 Element Sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their faces were filled with excitement. Even the Nangong brothers were no exception. Nangong Yi's face was filled with anticipation. His eyes were gleaming brightly. Although Nangong Chen's face was still cold, his eyes that were gleaming brightly had undoubtedly betrayed his current mood. According to the news that I've obtained, the secret treasure left behind by an expert named Emperor Wu was left behind when he was nearing the end of his life. It contains all of his inheritance, and it's waiting for the fated person in the future. When Guo Chong reached the end of his sentence, his voice became louder and louder. How could the inheritance left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu be ordinary? Even he, the sect leader of 5 Element Sect, could not help but feel excited. Inheritance. The moment Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but feel shocked. Although he already knew that they were going to a secret treasure left behind by an Emperor Wu, he only thought that it was a game that an Emperor Wu came up with out of boredom. However, it seemed like that was not the case. Although the things inside the game created by an Emperor Wu and the inheritance left behind by an Emperor Wu were enough to make people fight over it, the latter was obviously more precious. This was because the latter could very well contain the wealth that Emperor Wu had accumulated throughout his life. It was enough to tempt any force or person on Cloud Continent. I'm really looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. At the same time, the group of 5 Element Sect's young disciples who heard Guo Chong's words began to breathe rapidly. The inheritance left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu? What kind of concept was that? The inheritance left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu is the wealth that Emperor Wu had accumulated throughout his life. Whoever can obtain it will definitely soar to the sky. I can't wait anymore. However, since it's the inheritance left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu, why do the 5 peak masters want to bring us to retrieve it? Wouldn't it be more reassuring if we bring the sect elders to retrieve it? Don't tell me there's a reason. The group of 5 Element Sect's disciples discussed intensely. When they reached the end of their discussion, they looked at Guo Chong, the sect leader of 5 Element Sect, and the other 4 peak masters in confusion. The place that we're going to is Emperor Wu's secret treasure. There are all kinds of tests left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu. If we want to obtain the treasures that he left behind, we'll have to enter and search for them ourselves. Naturally, Guo Chong heard the discussion among the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples. He slowly explained, "Also, the reason why we brought all of you here is because there's an inscription formation at the entrance of that place. Only people below the age of 40 can enter that inscription formation. Once you force your way in, the entire Emperor Wu's secret treasure will collapse. Now, do you understand the reason why we brought all of you here? Guo Chang's words entered the ears of all the five-element sect's disciples. Other than Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, who were already prepared, the other 18 people could not help but be taken aback. However, after listening to Guo Chang's explanation, they finally understood everything. It was not that the sect leader and the 4 peak masters did not want to bring the sect elders. It was just that none of the senior officials in the sect, including themselves, could enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Only people like them who were below the age of 40 could enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Also, the five-element sect is not the only one who knows about the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As far as I know, the 4 major forces in the south of the northern desert all know about the existence of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. When the day of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure opens, they'll definitely bring the most outstanding young disciples from their respective sects here. When Guicheng reached this point, his face turned a little solemn. In other words, it's not only the 20 of you who will enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The most outstanding young disciples from the 4 major forces in the south of the northern desert will also enter with all of you. As for what's going to happen inside, I'm sure all of you can guess it. For this reason, all of you must be mentally prepared. Guo Cheng finished his sentence in one breath. What? The 4 major forces in the northern desert also know about the existence of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Oh my God! When the young powerhouses from the 4 major forces enter with us, even if we find the treasure, we might not be able to keep it once they find it. None of the 4 major forces is weaker than our 5-element sect. Looks like it's really dangerous to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. Other than Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, who were already prepared, the group of 5-element sect's disciples was shocked again. Some of them even had dread in their words. Of course, there were also some people whose eyes were burning with passion. For example, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. When they heard that the young powerhouses from the other forces would enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure together, they could not help but emit a thick battle intent from their bodies. On the other hand, Hu Fei, Tan Huan, and Tian Zhen's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Of course, no matter who doesn't want to go in, the sect will definitely not force you. However, before all of you make your decision, I'd like to represent the sect to inform all of you. When Guo Cheng reached this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. Among the things in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the sect leader is only interested in the profundity fragment. As for the other things, such as the 9th level concept fragment, grade 1 spirit weapon, and so on, they belong to whoever finds them. The sect will definitely not snatch them away by force. Profundity fragment. The moment Guo Cheng's words left his mouth, other than Duan Lingtian, the 19 young 5-element sect's disciples, including Huang Daniu, could not help but narrow their eyes. They knew very well what a profundity fragment meant. As long as the 5-element sect could obtain a profundity fragment, even if it was just one, it would be able to give birth to a martial monarch powerhouse. However, the Emperor Wu's secret treasure that they were about to enter actually had a profundity fragment. However, when they thought about it again, they felt relieved. After all, that was the place where Emperor Wu's lifelong legacy was stored. Among the wealth that Emperor Wu had accumulated throughout his lifetime, there would definitely be no lack of profundity fragments. No matter who it is, as long as they obtain a profundity fragment, they'll be a great contributor to the sect. In the future, the sect will definitely not reject any disciple who is handed in the profundity fragment to the best of our ability if they have any requests. When Guo Cheng reached the end of his sentence, he had a serious expression on his face. If you don't hand it involuntarily and it's discovered by us, then you won't have such benefits anymore. When Guo Chong reached the end of his sentence, he suddenly changed his tone and became stricter. All of the 5 element sect's disciples who come out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure must hand over the spatial ring in their hands, and let us search through it. After we've confirmed that you don't have any profundity fragments, we'll return the spatial ring to you. As for the other things, the sect won't touch them. Chapter 9:23. Guo Chang's words completely dispelled some of the 5 element sect's disciples' thoughts of keeping the profundity fragments for themselves after they found them. If they had to search through the spatial ring, it would be difficult for them to keep the profundity fragments for themselves. Search through the spatial ring. The moment Duan Lingtian heard Guo Chang's words, he frowned imperceptibly. He was different from the other 5 element sect's disciples. Even if he did not enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he still had 3 profundity fragments in his hands. They were obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. It would be fine if the profundity fragments that he found in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure were taken away. However, if the 3 profundity fragments were taken away, who would he cry to? Sect leader. Duan Lingtian looked at Guo Chong and spoke. Guo Chong looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. The stern expression on his face had disappeared and was replaced with a smile. Is there anything? In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was the most powerful 5 element sect's young disciples who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. He placed most of his hopes on Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, he did not put on the airs of a sect leader in front of Duan Lingtian. What if a person finds 2 or more profundity fragments in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Don't tell me that you have to hand them all to the sect? Duan Lingtian looked at Guo Chong and asked slowly, not only can the profundity fragments allow the sect to produce a martial monarch powerhouse, but even if we keep them for ourselves, they can help us to reach the martial monarch stage in the future. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed brightly. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the other 19 5 element sect's disciples looked at Guo Chong in unison. It was apparent that they were very concerned about this as well. Duan Lingtian's words hit the nail on the head. That was right. Not only could the profundity fragments allow the 5 element sect to produce a martial monarch powerhouse, but they could also help them to reach the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse in the future. This, hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Guo Chong hesitated. Sect leader, if the sect really wants us to hand over all the profundity fragments we've obtained, I think not many people would be interested in fighting for the profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Duan Lingtian continued. After all, if it's not ours, what's the use even if we risk our lives to get it? What's the point of taking more? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, who was standing at the side, snorted coldly. What do you mean by what's the point of you risking your lives? What's the point of taking more? Don't forget that all of you are disciples of our 5 element sect. The sect has nurtured all of you into geniuses. Now that the sect needs all of you, could it be that all of you shouldn't give your all for the sect and die for it? When Cha Bai reached the end of his sentence, he swept his gaze across the group of 5 element sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian. Peak Master Cha Bai, you sound so righteous. Don't tell me that if you were the one who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, you would be willing to risk your life to fight for the profundity fragments that you would have to hand over to the sect sooner or later. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Cha Bai. Of course, Cha Bai replied as if it was a matter of course. His posture was as if he was willing to sacrifice himself for the sect. If that's the case, Peak Master Cha Bai, do you dare to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation? If what you said is not from your heart, then you would be willing to be killed by the 99 heavenly tribulation. A sneer crept up on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. You! Cha Bai's face turned grave right away. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to bring up the 99 heavenly tribulation again. However, would he dare to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation? Of course not. Looks like the words that you said just now were just words that were not from your heart. Peak Master Cha Bai? Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Cha Bai and sneered. At once, many of the 5 Element sect's disciples glanced at Cha Bai with a mocking look on their faces. Some of them even began to hiss at him. It's our duty to search for the profundity fragments for the sect. However, if there's no incentive at all, I'm afraid we won't be able to arouse the passion of the sect's disciples. Duan Lingtian looked at Guocheng again and said slowly, Sect leader, why don't you think about it for a moment? How much passion would the sect's disciples have for the profundity fragments when they enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, knowing that it's impossible for them to obtain the profundity fragments? At that time, I'm afraid all of their attention would be placed on those high-level concept fragments and spirit weapons. After all, no matter how many of those things they obtain, they would still belong to them. When Duan Lingtian reached here, he paused for a moment before changing the topic and continued to say, however, if the sect promises that no matter who it is, once the 2nd or 3rd profundity fragment is found, it would belong to them. In that case, I'm afraid all of the sect's disciples would fight for the profundity fragments with all their might. After all, one profundity fragment is enough to change a person's life. Since all of the sect's disciples were selected by the sect, their innate talent and comprehension ability are not weak at all. Sooner or later, they would be able to make a breakthrough to the 9th level void transformation and comprehend the 9th level void transformation concept. To them, the profundity fragment is also a rare treasure that's hard to come by. I hope sect leader can consider this carefully. Otherwise, I don't dare to speak for the others. But I might be willing to search for the profundity fragments for the sect in order to repay the sect's kindness of nurturing me. However, if the profundity fragment appears in the hands of a young powerhouse whose strength is not weaker than mine and who might be able to kill me, I probably won't fight for it with him. After all, we only have one life in this world, and it's very precious. No matter how good the profundity fragment is, it's not ours after all. It's not worth risking your life for it. Duan Lingtian finished his sentence in one breath. Well said, senior brother Lingtian. That's right. If we have to hand in all of the profundity fragments we obtain to the sect, it'll definitely dampen our enthusiasm to search for and fight for the profundity fragments. It's not ours anyway, so there's no need to risk your life for it. However, if the 2nd profundity fragment we obtain can belong to us, I'll definitely fight for it, even if I have to risk my life for it. It's related to whether I can become a martial monarch powerhouse in the future or not. That's what I think as well. Senior brother Lingtian may be young, but every word of his is like a gem. It completely resonates with my thoughts. Before Guocheng could respond, the group of 5 Element sect's disciples had already begun to make a ruckus. Their words showed that they agreed with Duan Lingtian. Among them were Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, and Tianzhen. Nangong Chen's face was cold, but his eyes that were constantly gleaming undoubtedly expressed the same thoughts. Humph. Although Hu Fei was unhappy that these words came out of Duan Lingtian's mouth, he had to admit that he also agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. When Guocheng saw that the situation had gone out of control because of Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but smile wryly. One had to admit that when Duan Lingtian's words struck a chord with a group of 5 Element sect's disciples, it had also struck a chord with him. Although he was not the party involved, he could roughly guess the thoughts of the group of people involved. It was just like what Duan Lingtian had said. If the group of sect's disciples had to hand in all of the profundity fragments they obtained to the sect, no matter how loyal they were to the sect, their enthusiasm would definitely be dampened. Sect leader, I think what Duan Lingtian said makes sense. At this moment, Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, stood up and said bluntly, in order to arouse the enthusiasm of the sect's disciples. I hope that sect leader will allow them to keep the second, third, and fourth profundity fragment that they obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure as their own. I also think what Duan Lingtian said makes sense. At this moment, Yufeng, the Peak Master of Water Peak, and Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, also agreed. Peak Master Cha Bai, what about you? When Guocheng saw that the 3 Peak Masters had stood up and agreed with Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but look at Cha Bai, who had remained silent all this while. Don't tell me you don't agree with Duan Lingtian's words. I don't have any objections. Although Cha Bai hated Duan Lingtian in his heart, he knew that this was not the time to show off. If he rejected Duan Lingtian's words, his Fire Peak's disciples would probably hate him to death. All right. When Guocheng saw that the 4 Peak Masters had agreed with him, he nodded his head. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 25 Element Sect's younger generation disciples and said in a clear voice, I, Guocheng, the sect leader of 5 Element Sect, promise all of you on behalf of the sect that no matter how many profundity fragments you obtain from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, each of you will only need to hand in 1 piece. The disciples who have already handed in 1 profundity fragment will no longer need to hand in their spatial rings for us to verify. Guocheng finished his sentence in 1 breath. At once, the eyes of the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples lit up. Some of them even began to breathe rapidly. Sect leader is so wise. In that case, even if I have to risk my life, I'll still obtain at least 2 profundity fragments. Martial Monarch stage, wait for me. The group of 5 Element Sect's disciples burst into an uproar. Each and every one of them was extremely excited. Upon seeing this scene, Guocheng could not help but sigh emotionally. He knew that the enthusiasm of this group of sect's disciples to search for and fight for the profundity fragments had been successfully aroused. Now, all that was left was for them to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure and show off their skills. When Duan Lingtian saw that things had taken a turn for the better, he heaved a sigh of relief. I hope that I can find a profundity fragment that I won't be able to use in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. In that case, I'll be able to repay the 5 Element Sect for nurturing me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The 5 Element Sect had given him 3 spirit fruits and even allowed him to enter the profound assimilation formation, allowing him to achieve a great breakthrough in his strength. These were all thanks to the 5 Element Sect for nurturing him. If he did not repay them, he would not feel at ease. However, even if it's in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I don't think there will be many profundity fragments. If I really can't find any profundity fragments in there, I'll have to think of another way to hide the 3 profundity fragments in my hands. Duan Lingtian was already prepared for the worst. It was impossible for him to hand over the 3 profundity fragments in his hands. The wind profundity fragment, the thunder profundity fragment, and the sword profundity fragment. Chapter 924. Let's go! As Guocheng, the sect leader of 5 Element Sect, shouted softly, he led the group of people from 5 Element Sect, including Duan Lingtian, and continued to fly forward. Soon, the group of people arrived at a mountain range that was filled with hills. The mountain range was so vast that it seemed as though it had no end in sight. There's someone over there. Suddenly, a 5 Element Sect's disciple cried out in surprise as though he had discovered something. Instantly, the group of people followed his gaze and saw a group of people flying towards them from afar. The other party was so fast that they arrived in front of them in just a moment. The other party had also discovered them and stopped one by one to confront them. There were a total of 24 people in total. There was a middle-aged man, 3 old men, and 20 young men and women who were no older than 40 years old. Other than the middle-aged man who was dressed casually, the 3 old men and the 20 young men and women all wore red robes with gold and copper edges. The 3 old men were wearing red robes with golden edges, while the 20 young men and women were wearing red robes with copper edges. The badge on their chests was a bright red moon. Uniform. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. The first thing that came to his mind was Skywolf Fort. The group of vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort and the disciples of Skywolf Fort usually wore similar uniforms. Skywolf Fort, I'll settle the score between us sooner or later. When Duan Lingtian thought of Skywolf Fort, his eyes turned red. The scene of Tamu blocking the attack for him and dying when he was chased by the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort was still vivid in his mind. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. It's the people from Crimson Moon sect. A commotion entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Many of the 5 Element sect's disciples had begun to whisper to each other. Crimson Moon sect. Duan Lingtian looked at the Crimson Moon badge on the chest of the group of people in front of him and suddenly understood. He was no stranger to the Crimson Moon sect. When he was still in the Ye family in Drift Cloud Town, Yi Xian had mentioned the Crimson Moon sect to him. For this reason, he knew that Crimson Moon sect was one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert, just like the 5 Element sect. In terms of strength, they were not inferior to the 5 Element sect. Sect Master Rin. Gua Chong looked at the middle-aged man in the lead and greeted nonchalantly. I can't believe that the Crimson Moon sect has received the news as well. This middle-aged man with a medium build and ordinary appearance is none other than Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect. It's said that his cultivation base has already reached the peak of the void. When Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man, he heard a familiar voice. It was Chun Wei who told him the middle-aged man's identity via voice transmission. I didn't expect that your 5 Element sect would be so well informed. However, the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu can only be obtained by those who are capable. Ren Ji glanced at Gua Chong nonchalantly and paused when he reached the end of his sentence. His sharp gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the other 25 Element sect's young disciples one by one before it finally landed on Duan Lingtian. He sneered, Sect Leader Gua. It seems like your 5 Element sect really doesn't have anyone among the younger generation. Shouldn't such a young kid be left at home to drink milk? Ha ha ha! The moment Renji's words left his mouth, the 3 old men and the 20 young men and women behind him could not help but laugh out loud. Their laughter was filled with mockery. Sect leader is right. Such a young kid should be left at home to drink milk. Look at his age, he's only around 25 years old. Is trash like this going to die in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Perhaps he thinks that dying in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is an honorable thing to do. Many Crimson Moon sect's disciples discussed and mocked Duan Lingtian without restraint. They deliberately raised their voices, intending to cooperate with their sect leader to embarrass the 5 Element sect. Humiliation. Blatant humiliation. Although Duan Lingtian's face remained calm, his narrowed eyes were gleaming with a terrifying cold gleam. It was a clear indication of his current mood. His gaze was locked onto the few Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were mocking him happily. As long as he had the chance, he would kill these people without mercy. His dignity would not allow anyone to trample on it. Drink milk? Gua Chang's face turned extremely grave as well. The 3 major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert were like fire and water. If any of the forces had the ability to annihilate the other 2 forces, they would definitely not wait until the next day to make their move. However, it had never crossed Guo Chang's mind that the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect would be so shameless in such an occasion. The moment they met, he had already mocked the 5 Element sect's disciples. Sect Leader Rin, as the dignified sect leader, don't you think it's a little inappropriate to treat a junior like this? Guo Chong asked in a deep voice. Inappropriate? I don't think so. Ran Ji's face was calm as he said nonchalantly, if he thinks I'm wrong, he can come out and challenge any one of the 20 young disciples from my Crimson Moon sect. As long as he can defeat any one of them, I, Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, take back what I said earlier. Whoosh! Almost at the instant Renji's words left his mouth, a purple figure had already leaped over the group of 5 Element Sect's people and stood in front of Guachong, the sect leader of 5 Element Sect. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Boy, you really dare to stand out? When Ren Ji saw Duan Lingtian walking out from the group of 5 Element Sect's people, a hint of astonishment could be seen in his eyes. Then he sneered, I must remind you, you might lose your life if you try to be brave. Sect leader Ren, are you planning to take back what you said earlier? Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm. Even when he was facing Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, he was neither servile nor overbearing. His tone was indifferent, as though he was talking to an insignificant person. Huh. Ren Ji was stunned at first. Then he could not help but burst out laughing. It seems like you want to die. Boy, come and challenge me. I'll fight with you. Boy from 5 Element Sect. Challenge me if you have the guts. Me too. The 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples who had followed Renji's words and trampled on Duan Lingtian's dignity wantonly earlier looked at Duan Lingtian and clamored. Their faces were filled with disdain. They did not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. Since all 7 of you want to fight with me, I'll fulfill your wish then. All 7 of you, come out and fight with me. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and narrowed his eyes as he glanced at the 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples who were clamoring. His voice was cold and emotionless. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only were the 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples stunned, but the other 13 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples were also stunned. The 3 old men who were dressed in red robes with golden edges and Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, were stunned as well. On the other hand, the group of people from 5 Element Sect, including Guachong, the sect leader, remained calm. It was as though the scene in front of them was not enough to cause any ripples in their hearts. Humph, this guy is going to be in the limelight again. Chao Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, and his direct disciple, Hu Fei, secretly snorted coldly. Huh. At this moment, Ran Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, also noticed the 5 Element Sect's disciples' expressions. His heart could not help but skip a beat. Could it be that he had misjudged him? The moment Ran Ji thought of this, he began to study the purple-clad young man in front of him seriously. His sharp eyes that seemed to be able to pierce through everything were locked onto Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to see through Duan Lingtian completely. Faced with Ren Ji's serious examination, Duan Lingtian remained calm and collected. He was neither happy nor angry. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, the 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples who were challenged by Duan Lingtian earlier could not help but burst out laughing when they regained their senses. It was as though they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. That guy wants to challenge all 7 of us alone? Is there something wrong with his head? The 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. The words that came out of their mouths were getting more and more unpleasant. At this moment, many of the other 13 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples could not help but laugh as well. Of course, there were also a few Crimson Moon Sect's disciples who were observant enough to notice the 5 Element Sect's group of people's calm demeanor. When they looked at Duan Lingtian, who had a calm expression on his face again, dread could be seen in their eyes. What? You guys don't have the guts. Faced with the repeated provocations from the 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all. He hovered in the air with Feng Qingyang on his purple robe as he looked at the 7 people in front of him calmly. What? You're saying that we don't have the guts? Do you really think that we're sick cats if we don't show our might? Fellow senior and junior brothers, since he looks down on us so much, let's meet him properly. The 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples were completely enraged by Duan Lingtian. One by one, They flew out and surrounded Duan Lingtian, glaring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, frowned. He could vaguely feel that something was not right. That purple-clad five-element sect's disciple seemed to be a little overconfident. Was he really that confident? Or was he deliberately mystifying things? Right now, looking at the calm expression on the five-element sect's disciples, Ren Ji could not say for sure. However, now that things had developed to this stage, could he still open his mouth to stop them? In fact, he was the one who suggested that the other party come out and challenge them. If he stopped them now, would he not be slapping his own face? The three old men from Crimson Moon sect, who were wearing gold-plated red robes, also had a slightly solemn expression on their faces. Just like Rin Ji, they could vaguely feel that something was not right. Sect leader Rin, I remember that you told me just now that I might lose my life because of a moment of bravery. Am I right? Duan Lingtan, who was surrounded by the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples, looked at Ren Ji calmly and asked faintly, So, sect leader Rin, do you agree that I should fight to the death with the 7 of you from Crimson Moon sect? The moment Ren Ji heard this, his face turned grave, but he could not refute it. He was indeed the one who said that. You brat from 5-element sect, it seems like you really want to die. If you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 9:25. When they saw that the 7 people from Crimson Moon sect were about to attack Duan Lingtian, both the people from Crimson Moon sect and the people from 5-element sect watched attentively. The group of people from Crimson Moon sect, led by sect leader Rin Ji, the 3 old men, and a few of the Crimson Moon sect's disciples with amazing observation skills, had a hint of dread in their eyes. Duan Lingtian's confidence gave them a sense of foreboding that rose from the bottom of their hearts. The remaining Crimson Moon sect's disciples, on the other hand, looked at Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by their 7 senior and junior brothers, with a mocking smile on their faces. Their cold eyes swept across him as though they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, this 5-element sect's disciple would definitely die. The group of people from the 5-element sect, including Gua Chong, the sect leader, thought that Duan Lingtian would use his innate ability to create an illusory realm to affect the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples. At that time, the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples would be like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of him. They would not be able to withstand a single blow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The origin energy on the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples soared as their concepts merged with their origin energy like a shadow. About 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky above their heads. Among the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples, the strongest one had a cultivation base at the 5th level void interpretation and had comprehended the 6th level void interpretation concept. The weakest one had a cultivation base at the 3rd level void interpretation and had comprehended the 3rd level void interpretation concept. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As though they had discussed beforehand, the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples attacked at the same time. They did not even use any spirit weapons. Their fists and palms swept out and pressed down on Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by them. In the sky, nearly 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons formed a circle. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they swept towards Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Boom, 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 boom. The 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples struck out either with their palms or fists, and they carried the strength of around 100 ancient horned dragons as they tore through the sky. Everywhere they passed, waves of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding resounded. At the place where the sound of the air explosion was heard, the air was compressed and then exploded, causing waves of air to surge. The airwaves then spread out and transformed into gusts of vast and violent winds. Some of the Five Element sect and Crimson Moon sect disciples could not help but squint their eyes. Only the upper echelons of the Five Element sect and Crimson Moon sect, as well as some of the disciples with high cultivation base, were watching the scene before them without blinking. They did not miss a single detail. When Duan Lingtian saw the 7 Crimson Moon sects disciples charging at him and aiming for his vitals, his eyes narrowed into slits again as a cold gleam flashed across them. At the same time as the cold light flashed, he had already raised his hand. The yuan power in his hand condensed and transformed into a milky white 1-meter-long blade. The elemental energy condensed into a sword, and after a moment, it became illusory, turning into a sword that was completely formed from condensed purple electric snakes. At the same time, streaks of purple lightning appeared on the sword, following him like a shadow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Other than the upper echelons of the Five Element sect and Crimson Moon sect and a few disciples with high cultivation base, the rest of the people could not see Duan Lingtian's movements clearly. Swoosh! In the next moment, a short-lived sword whistling sound, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of thunder, was clearly heard by everyone at the scene. Swoosh! Almost at the same time when the sword whistling sound that was accompanied by the sound of thunder came to an abrupt end, everyone could only see a purple lightning bolt soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the encirclement of the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples. Boom! 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 At the same time when the purple lightning bolt soared into the sky, everyone could see that the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples who were charging at Duan Lingtian aggressively had blood spurting out from their throats. At the same time, their bodies crashed into each other violently, causing their flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. Due to the inertia, their speed was extremely fast. It was as if 7 sports cars on Earth, where Duan Lingtian was from, had crashed into each other at top speed, causing them to be smashed into smithereens. Looking at the 7 deformed corpses, the entire scene was dead silent. Whoosh! At the same time, above the void above the purple figure in the sky, the heaven and earth anomaly that had yet to condense into a complete form quickly dissipated. Duan Lingtian stood high up in the sky with his hands behind his back. Dressed in purple, he followed behind Feng Qingyang. His handsome face was incomparably cold. His pair of calm eyes stared directly at the 7 falling corpses. There was no emotion in them at all. 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples were killed by him with just 1 slash of his sword. 1 slash of his sword killed 7 people. What a fast sword! That slash of his sword contained the thunder concept. Although his short attack did not cause the heaven and earth phenomenon to solidify, with the speed of his attack earlier, it was at least more than the strength of 200 ancient, horned dragons. The group of Crimson Moon sect's senior officials, led by sect leader Rinji, had an extremely grave expression on their faces. Earlier, they had clearly seen Duan Lingtian's attack. They could also see that the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples were definitely going to die under that slash of his sword. At that moment, it was only natural that they wanted to rescue them. However, just as they were about to make a move, they realized that the group of 5 Element sect's senior officials had locked onto them. At that moment, they realized that even if they made a move, they would be stopped by the group of 5 Element sect's senior officials. For this reason, they did not make any move at all. All they could do was watch in grief as the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples, who were originally alive, turned into 7 bloody corpses in just a blink of an eye. How can he be so strong? How old is he? Renji's face was ghastly pale. He gritted his teeth and stared at the purple figure in the sky. He could not wait to kill him immediately. However, he also knew that as long as Gua Chong, the sect leader of 5 Element sect, was there, it was impossible for him to kill him. The 3 old men in the gold-trimmed red robes, the 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon sect, had an extremely grave expression on their faces. Although they were furious, none of them made a move against Duan Lingtian. In the end, they were the ones in the wrong for what happened today. Moreover, even if they really wanted to use force, they might not be able to do anything to the group of people from Five Element Sect. The 5 peak masters of Five Element Sect had been fighting with them for many years. Their strength was on par with theirs. They could not do anything to each other, and the other party could not do anything to them as well. Once a fight broke out, it would only end in a lose-lose situation. That was not something they wanted to see. Good lad! The group of 5 Element Sect senior officials, including Sect Leader Guochong, Chiyu Yufang, and Tiangu, the peak masters of Wood Peak, Water Peak, Yufang, and Earth Peak, all looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. Initially, they thought that Duan Lingtian would use his innate ability to slowly torture the 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples to death. It had never crossed their minds that Duan Lingtian would use the most straightforward method to deal with the 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples who were charging at him menacingly. He killed them with just a single slash of his sword. At this moment, when they saw the grave expression on the faces of the Crimson Moon Sect's senior officials, a bright smile appeared on their faces. Humph! Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, secretly snorted. Even though he enjoyed this ending, he could not help but feel displeased the moment he thought about how it was brought about by Duan Lingtian. If it was his direct disciple, Hu Fei, who killed the 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, who were replaced by Duan Lingtian, he would definitely be laughing in his sleep. Ha! Duan Lingtian, you're awesome. Huang Daniu waved his fists in excitement as he laughed out loud. Chun Wei, who was standing by the side, had a smile on his face as well. Other than Hu Fei, whose face was slightly grave, the other 5 Element Sect's disciples, including Nangong Yi, Tanhuan, and Tianjin, had a bright smile on their faces as well. Even Nangong Qin had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Those 7 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples were still belittling Duan Lingtian and mocking Duan Lingtian. Look at them now. All of them are dead souls under senior brother Ling Tian's sword. That's right. They were so proud when they surrounded senior brother Ling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, all of them are gone. It's a pity that I'm too weak. I didn't see how senior brother Ling Tian struck with his sword. Senior brother Ling Tian's sword is just too fast. The group of 5 Element Sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their faces were filled with excited smiles. At this moment, they were no longer divided into the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth peaks. They only belonged to one sect, the 5 Element Sect. They shared the same honor and disgrace as the 5 Element Sect. Compared to the excitement of the 5 Element Sect's disciples, the remaining 13 Crimson Moon Sect's disciples had an extremely grave expression on their faces. In just one move, 7 of their Crimson Moon Sect's young disciples were killed by a terrifyingly young disciple from the 5 Element Sect. He killed 7 of them with just one slash of his sword. Until now, they still found it hard to believe. Some of them even suspected that they were dreaming. They could not help but pinch their own thighs. The pain that came from their thighs seemed to be telling them something. Everything that happened earlier was not a dream. It was real. What a fast sword! Senior brother Hongqing, did you see it clearly? A Crimson Moon Sect's disciple asked the other Crimson Moon Sect's disciple beside him with a solemn expression. The Crimson Moon Sect's disciple, who was addressed as Senior Brother Hongqing, had a strong body. His eyebrows were straight and his eyes were bright. His chiseled face looked extremely determined. The extraordinary aura that was exuded from his entire body was on a completely different level compared to the other Crimson Moon Sect's disciples. I saw it clearly. His cultivation base should be at the 8th level void interpretation or above. Not only that, the thunder concept that he cast earlier should be at the 8th level void interpretation or above as well. Hongqing nodded his head. His sharp eyes were filled with killing intent. It did not leave the purple figure in the sky at all. It was as though he could not wait to kill him. Senior brother Hongqing, you mean? Without using any spirit weapon, he could cast the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons, just by relying on his origin energy and thunder concept? The Crimson Moon sect's disciple who asked earlier could not help but gasp. Without using any spirit weapon, he could cast the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Such strength was truly shocking. Sect leader Rin, I'm really sorry that your sect has lost so many young powerhouses who are about to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Guo Chong looked at Rin Ji and smiled faintly. However, there was no trace of apology on his face at all. It was more like he was mocking him. Chapter 9:26. Master. At this moment, a person walked out from Crimson Moon sect. It was a young man with a strong body, and he came to Renji's side. The young man's eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at the purple figure in the sky far away. I want to fight him. A death duel. The young man's voice was filled with extreme coldness. It made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Its senior brother Hongqing. Before Ren Ji could react, many of the Crimson Moon sect's disciples' eyes lit up. When they looked at the young man, their eyes were filled with admiration. Senior brother Hongqing is the sect leader's favorite disciple. He's only 38 years old, and his cultivation base has already entered the 9th level void interpretation. After he came out from the profound assimilation formation, he even comprehended the 1st level advanced fire concept. Not only that, Senior brother Hongqing has also comprehended the 2nd level intermediate saber concept. Even if he doesn't use any spirit weapon, he can unleash the strength of 350 ancient horned dragons with his full strength. Since senior brother Hongqing is going to fight, that boy will definitely die, unless he doesn't dare to accept the challenge. He definitely doesn't dare to accept the challenge. The group of Crimson Moon sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their voices spread out brazenly and entered the ears of the 5 element sect's people, causing their faces to turn pale. The young man standing next to Rin Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, had actually comprehended the void transformation concept. Not only that, he was a 9th level void interpretation martial artist. Not only that, he had also comprehended the 2nd level intermediate saber concept. The 9th level void interpretation martial artist's origin energy alone was equivalent to the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons. The 1st level advanced fire concept was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The 2nd level intermediate saber concept was equivalent to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. Indeed, this Hongqing could unleash the strength of 350 ancient horned dragons, even if he did not use any spirit weapon. Everyone from 5 element sect, including Guo Chong, the sect leader of 5 element sect, and the other peak masters, had a solemn expression on their faces. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was a variant and could cast his innate ability to create that unpredictable illusion, they did not know that he was a variant. But they didn't know. With Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy, would he be able to affect a 9th level void interpretation martial artist if he cast his innate ability? Duan Lingtian would be in a passive position if he could not influence them. After all, the Duan Lingtian in their eyes had only comprehended 9th level intermediate thunder concept and 3rd level intermediate wind concept. In terms of true strength, he was no match for Hongqing of the Crimson Moon sect, the proud disciple of the sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect. When Hongqing took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian, Ren Ji's expression was still a little solemn as he carefully observed the changes in the expressions of Guo Chong, the sect leader of 5 element sect, and the other high-ranking officials. This was because he did not know if the 5 element sect's disciple had held back when he killed the 7 Crimson Moon sect's disciples. He would not allow his most valued disciple to take such a risk before he had a clear understanding of the other party's true strength. When he saw the slight change in Guo Chong and the others' expressions, he instantly realized that even Guo Chong and the others did not think that Duan Lingtian could defeat his disciple. Ha! Good. Rin Ji could not help but laugh out loud. After a while, the laughter finally stopped. Rin Ji looked straight at Guo Chong and said coldly, "Guo Chong, weren't you very proud earlier? Now, this useless disciple of mine wants to challenge your 5-element sect's disciple. Does your 5-element sect dare to accept the challenge?" Humph! A 38-year-old man wants to challenge our 5-element sect's disciple who's not even 30 years old. Rin Ji, your Crimson Moon sect is really shameless. Before Guo Chong could say anything, Tiangu could not help but snort coldly and mock him. "Shorty, I'm talking to Guo Chong. Since when is it your turn to interrupt?" Ren Ji glanced at Tiangu in disdain and said nonchalantly, "What did you say?" Height had always been Tiangu's taboo. Usually in the 5-element sect and Earth Peak, nobody dared to mention the word short in front of him. Right now, someone had violated his taboo and openly exposed his scars. He was instantly enraged. The vast origin energy on his body surged and transformed into a khaki energy that enveloped his entire body. In the next moment, Tiangu disappeared before the eyes of all the 5-element sect and Crimson Moon sect's disciples. Of course, he did not really disappear. Instead, his speed was so fast that it was difficult for them to capture it with their naked eyes. How fast? Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air, narrowed his eyes. This was his first time seeing Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, make a move. In his eyes, Tiangu had always been an inscription master with an unattractive appearance. Not only that, but he was also extremely short. It did not cross his mind that Tiangu's strength was actually at the 8th level void transformation stage as well. At this moment, with his spiritual energy that had been raised to the 1st level void transformation stage after his cultivation base had made a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation, he could easily detect Tiangu's cultivation base. After his spiritual energy had made a breakthrough to the 1st level void transformation stage, Duan Lingtian could already detect the cultivation base of all void transformation stage martial artists. For example, Guo Chong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, and Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, were both at the 9th level void transformation stage. As for Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, and Yu Feng, the Peak Master of Water Peak, they were also at the 8th level void transformation stage, just like Tiangu. Perhaps, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy, he would not be able to detect Guo Chong, Chiyu, Cha Bai, and Yu Feng since they were not inscription masters. However, the moment he tried to detect Tiangu, he would be immediately discovered by Tiangu. This was because Tiangu was an inscription master. Due to this reason, he had been holding himself back from detecting Tiangu earlier. It was only at this moment when Tiangu did not have the time to care about anything else that he extended his spiritual energy and detected Tiangu's cultivation base. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Tiangu arrived in front of Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, in just a blink of an eye. Before all the young disciples from 5-element sect and Crimson Moon sect, including Duan Lingtian, could react, they heard a thunderous sound reverberating in the air. Boom! In the next instant, they saw Tiangu's short body was sent flying backward. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying for more than 100 meters. Pooh! Tiangu's body trembled. His face turned red as he forcefully spat out a mouthful of blood. "Father!" Horror dawned on Tianjun's face as he hastily stepped forward to check on Tiangu's injuries. "Renji!" When Guo Chong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, saw that Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, was injured, his face turned extremely grave. When he looked at Renji again, his eyes were gleaming with an extremely cold gleam. Our Crimson Moon sect provoked your five-element sect first, and our people were killed by your people. We knew that we were in the wrong, so we didn't hold it against you. However, now that your people are provoking us instead, you can't hold it in anymore? Renji glanced at Guo Chong nonchalantly and sneered. Guo Chong's face turned grave, but he did not make a move in the end. Just like what the other party had said, their five-element sect was in the wrong this time. Of course, he knew very well in his heart. The reason why Crimson Moon sect did not avenge the 7 Crimson Moon sect disciples who were killed by Duan Lingtian was not because they were in the wrong. Instead, it was because they were worried that both sides would suffer great losses. The reason why he did not make a move was not because he felt that his side was in the wrong. Instead, he was worried that both sides would suffer great losses. Once both Five-Element sect and Crimson Moon sect suffered great losses, the Sandstorm sect, the last of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert, would take advantage of the situation. Our Five-Element sect really can't hold it in anymore. Just when the atmosphere became a little strange, a cold voice resonated in the air. It lifted the spirits of the Five-Element sect's disciples as they looked at the source of the voice simultaneously. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky and looked down. He noticed that the person who spoke was none other than Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Chiyu stepped forward and stared at Renji fearlessly. Chiyu? Why, have you recovered from the injury from more than 20 years ago? Renji looked at Chiyu and could not help but sneer. Chiyu, back then, you were widely acknowledged as a rare genius martial artist in the eastern district of the Northern Desert. Many people even said that you would become the first martial monarch in the eastern district of the Northern Desert in the past 1,000 years. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you haven't fully recovered from the injury from more than 20 years ago, right? I'm afraid your current strength is not as strong as it was 20 years ago, right? If you weren't injured more than 20 years ago, I might have been afraid of you. However, in my eyes now, you're no different from that short winter melon. When Renji reached the end of his sentence, he glanced at Tiangu, who had just returned to stand behind Guochong. At once, Tiangu was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Tianjun, who was supporting Tiangu, turned pale as he glared at Renji. Right now, he hated himself for being too weak and unable to stand up for his father. Fwa! Upon hearing Renji's words, all of the Five-Element sects and Crimson Moon sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, were shocked as they shifted their attention to Chiyu. It had never crossed their minds that this middle-aged man standing before them would have such a glorious past. He was a rare genius martial artist in the eastern district of the Northern Desert. He was once widely acknowledged as the first martial monarch in the eastern district of the Northern Desert in the past 1,000 years. I can't believe that the Peak Master has such a past. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. In fact, it was not only Duan Lingtian. The group of Wood Peak's disciples, including Huang Daniu and Chen Wei, could not help but sigh as well. Similarly, they did not know about Chiyu's past, whether I'm as strong as 20 years ago or not. Why don't you give it a try and find out? Chiyu, who had become the center of attention, said nonchalantly. The moment his words left his mouth, he disappeared into thin air from the eyes of all the Five-Element sects and Crimson Moon sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian. His speed was so fast that it was terrifying. At this moment, Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, seemed to have noticed something as his face turned solemn. All of a sudden, horror dawned on Renji's face. Chapter 9:27. Boom! A loud sound reverberated in the air. It was accompanied by a series of continuous air explosions that reverberated like thunder. For a moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, lifted their heads up to look at the source of the sound. There, a wave of blue energy collided with a wave of green energy. After the explosion, the airflow in the air was turbulent. The moment Chiyu and Rinji, who were behind the dark blue energy, appeared, they disappeared before everyone's eyes again. At the same time, with the place where the two waves of energy collided as the center, a vast airwave was set off. The airwave swept out in all directions. Gusts of strong wind with an extremely oppressive force fell from the sky and pressed down on everyone's body. For a moment, other than the senior officials from Five Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect who were not affected, all of the Five Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, were pressed down to a lower height. Some of the Five Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples with a lower cultivation base even plummeted. They only managed to stabilize themselves after falling for hundreds of meters. Once again, they struggled to rise up into the sky against the strong wind. What a powerful energy! Is that the energy of a 9th level void transformation powerhouse? The group of Five Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples were shocked. 9th level advanced water concept and 9th level advanced wind concept. However, it seems like they're holding back a little. Although he could not see Chiyu and Renji's movements clearly, Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's two reincarnations memories, could still see some clues when the two waves of energy collided with each other. Whoosh! Whoosh! Finally, Chiyu and Renji's silhouettes appeared before everyone's eyes again. Before the crowd could react, a vast amount of energy surged out from both of their bodies. It suddenly swept out and collided with each other violently. Boom! The energy of the collision this time was on a completely different level compared to the previous one. A terrifying airwave swept out, and a strong wind that blotted out the sky shrouded the ground. This time, even the 3 peak masters of Five Element Sect and the 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon Sect had a solemn expression on their faces. A layer of origin energy rose from their bodies and completely shrouded their bodies, forcefully resisting the attack of the strong wind. Ah, I can't take it anymore. At this time, all of the Five Element Sect's disciples and Crimson Moon Sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, fell down one after another. Like dumplings being dropped into a pot, they disappeared from the sky in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt a strong wind that he couldn't resist, and it pressed down on him, making him fall straight down. Even if he cast other concepts appropriately, he still continued to fall. Other than the 9th level advanced water concept, the Peak Master has actually comprehended the 9th level advanced fire concept as well. He has comprehended both water and fire concepts at the same time. No wonder he was publicly acknowledged as the first martial monarch in the eastern district of the northern desert in the past 1,000 years. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked when he thought of the scene he saw just before the strong wind came crashing down. Chiyu was actually a powerhouse at the peak of the void. In the past, although he had some guesses, he could not be 100% sure. However, at this moment he was completely certain. The Peak Master has comprehended both water and fire concepts that counter each other. Not only that, but he has also comprehended both concepts to the 9th level void transformation concept. Even without the profundity fragment, I'm afraid it won't take long for him to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Experts at the peak of the void stage who had only comprehended 2 types of 9th level void transformation concepts and whose 2 concepts were the water concept and the fire concept were the easiest to break through. Due to the fact that water and fire concepts countered each other, the 2 concepts would, to a certain extent, give the powerhouse at the peak of the void more pressure to comprehend the profundity. Once a powerhouse at the peak of the void comprehended the profundity, It was equivalent to obtaining a pass to enter the martial monarch stage. As long as his origin energy was further enhanced, he would be able to successfully make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also discovered something else. The sect leader of Crimson Moon sect was also a powerhouse at the peak of the void. When he was fighting with Chiyu earlier, other than his 9th level advance wind concept, he had also cast his 9th level advance thunder concept. If that Ranji is killed by the Peak Master, the Peak Master will give me the 2 concept fragments that he left behind after his death. Duan Lingtian, who was being pushed down by the strong wind, thought happily in his heart. Ranji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, was a powerhouse at the peak of the void. As long as he died, he would contribute a 9th level wind concept fragment and a 9th level thunder concept fragment to Duan Lingtian. These 2 concept fragments were useful to Duan Lingtian. They were much better than the wind concept fragment and the thunder concept fragment that he currently possessed. Chiyu, it seems like I've underestimated you. I can't believe that after more than 20 years, not only have you recovered from your injuries, but you've even made a breakthrough and raised your strength to the peak of the void. A loud voice that was filled with dread resonated from the sky. At this moment, the strong wind that was blowing down from the sky earlier finally stopped, allowing all of the 5 Element sect and Crimson Moon sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, to rise to the sky again. After Duan Lingtian rose to the sky again, he glanced at Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, who was hovering even higher in the sky. Renji was the one who said those words to Chiyu. At this moment, Chiyu was hovering in the sky not far away from Renji, confronting him. He was neither happy nor angry. His face was calm, as though even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change at all. Today, for the sake of you, Chiyu, my Crimson Moon sect will not be calculative with your 5 Element sect. Let's go. Renji took a deep breath and found a way out for himself. At the same time, he was ready to lead the group of people from Crimson Moon sect away. This Renji is afraid. Duan Lingtian, whose attention had always been on Renji, noticed a hint of dread in Renji's eyes. It was obvious that he was afraid of the current 5 Element sect. When he thought about it, it made sense. In the 5 Element sect, the sect leader, Guochong, must be a powerhouse at the peak of the void. Right now, there was another person, Chiyu. How could Renji not be afraid? Trying to leave? It's too late. Just when Renji was about to leave, Chiyu suddenly disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already blocking Renji's path. Chiyu, don't you dare cross the line. Horror dawned on Renji's face. Haha, Renji, today, all of your Crimson Moon sect's people will die here. Almost at the same time when Renji's expression changed, a loud laughter reverberated in the air. It was Guochong, the sect leader of 5 Element sect. When Guochong reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned colder. Guochong, you! Renji's eyes narrowed. At once, he realized what Guochong wanted to do. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted again. This was because Chiyu had made a move on him. In front of the group of 5 Element sect and Crimson Moon sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, Chiyu and Renji disappeared again. Leave those 3 old fellows to me. Chapai, Yufeng, both of you lead the sect's disciples and kill the remaining Crimson Moon sect's disciples. Tiangu, you're in charge of protecting the sect's disciples. Guochong's loud and clear voice reverberated like a sudden clap of thunder as he gave out his orders. Today, we'll cut off the 4 most important pillars of Crimson Moon sect and all the future pillars of Crimson Moon sect. When we return, we'll kill our way to the Crimson Moon sect's estate and completely erase their name from the eastern district of the northern desert. Guochong's words were filled with killing intent. His intention was clear. Today he wanted everyone from Crimson Moon's sect to die here. Guo Chang's words immediately lit up the eyes of the 5-element sect's people. Crimson Moon sect. It's over. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. The 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon sect and the remaining 13 disciples, including Hongqing, were horrified. Some of them were so frightened that their bodies were trembling. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They knew that the 5-element sect was prepared to kill all of them from Crimson Moon sect. Run! At the same time, Renji, who was being chased by Chiyu, took the time to shout out his order to the group of people from Crimson Moon sect. Upon hearing Renji's order, the group of people from Crimson Moon sect no longer dared to hesitate. One by one, they fled in all directions. The current situation was obvious. The 5-element sect had 2 powerhouses at the peak of the void. They could easily suppress Crimson Moon sect. Run, run, run. The group of people from Crimson Moon sect, including the 3 vice sect leaders, dispersed and fled in all directions. One of the vice sect leaders was extremely fast and was the first to bear the brunt. In just a blink of an eye, he turned into a small black dot in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes, causing a gleam to flash across Duan Lingtian's eyes. 9th level void transformation stage. However, as long as the sect leader makes a move, before Duan Lingtian could finish his thought, he saw the small black that in the distance suddenly came to a halt and fell down. Dead. At the same time, he saw something else. After the 9th level void transformation vice sect leader of Crimson Moon sect was killed, Guechong appeared in front of the other 2 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon sect one after another and killed them as well. In front of a powerhouse at the peak of the void, an ordinary 9th level void transformation stage and 2 8th level void transformation stage powerhouses were like paper. They could not even withstand a single blow. After killing the 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon sect, Guo Chang's body flashed and disappeared from the spot again to help Chiyu. 2 powerhouses at the peak of the void who had comprehended 2 types of 9th level void transformation concepts would definitely kill another void powerhouse who had also comprehended 2 types of 9th level void transformation concepts. Kill! 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 At this moment, a deafening battle cry entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian saw it. Under the lead of Cha Bai, Yufeng, and Tiangu, Nangong Qin, Nangong Yi Huangdaniu, and the rest of the 5-element sect's disciples began to surround and kill the remaining Crimson Moon sect's disciples. In just a short moment, the group of Crimson Moon sect's disciples who had lost their will to fight were mostly dead. Only a few of them were left. Whoosh! At the same time, a swift figure charged towards Duan Lingtian, causing his eyes to turn cold. Hongqing. The person who came was none other than Hongqing, the proud disciple of the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect. Since the 5-element sect destroyed my Crimson Moon sect, I'll destroy you, the genius disciple of the 5-element sect. Chapter 928. Hongqing was the proud disciple of the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect. He was the pride of Crimson Moon sect. Other than his strength that far surpassed his peers, he also had a clear mind and a calm judgment that allowed him to remain calm in the face of danger. When he saw Chiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak of 5-element sect, demonstrating the strength at the peak of the void that was on par with his master, a sense of danger rose in his heart. The result was just as he had expected. His master and Chiyu were evenly matched. It was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. Guo Chong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, was the only powerhouse at the peak of the void in 5-element sect. Without his master's restraint, he easily killed the 3 vice sect leaders of Crimson Moon sect. The other Crimson Moon sect's disciples were also surrounded and killed by the other 3 peak masters of 5-element sect. When his master, Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, ordered them to flee, he did not flee because he knew it was impossible for him to do so. Once he fled, he would become an easy target to be hunted down. Just like that, he wandered around the battlefield. Finally, he saw the purple-clad young man standing nearby. He recalled the scene where the purple-clad young man killed the 7 young disciples of Crimson Moon sect with just a sword. When he thought of the purple-clad young man's age, he was instantly envious. He was not more than 30 years old, but his cultivation base was at the 8th level void interpretation or above. He seemed to have comprehended the intermediate thunder concept at the 8th level or above. Without a spirit weapon, he could unleash the strength of more than 200 ancient, horned dragons. When he was at this age, his strength was not even half of his opponent's. At the same time, he also realized that this purple-clad young man must be an important person in 5 Element sect. He must be someone that 5 Element sect would focus on cultivating. He might even be the next sect leader of 5 Element sect. For this reason, under the premise that he knew he would die today, he decided to kill Hong Qing when the other people's attention was not on him. He made up his mind. He would kill this purple-clad young man and destroy the future pillar of 5 Element sect. Die. When Hong Qing pounced toward Duan Lingtian, his eyes were bloodshot as though they were dyed with blood. A spirit saber appeared in his hand out of thin air. Blazing flames rose from the saber and transformed into a flaming saber. Waves of sharp aura swept out along with it. Whoosh! Above the void, the power of heaven and earth stirred, and the heaven and earth phenomenon rapidly took shape. Over 440 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. It was as if they intended to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Han Qing was a martial artist at the 9th level of the Void interpretation stage, and his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 120 ancient, horned dragons when fully unleashed. The spirit saber in his hand was a grade 2 spirit weapon. Based on the origin energy, it could increase one's strength by almost 80%. It was equivalent to the strength of over 90 ancient, horned dragons. The 9th level intermediate fire concept was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient, horned dragons. 2nd level intermediate saber concept was equivalent to the strength of 30 ancient, horned dragons. Hong Qing's full strength was equivalent to the strength of over 440 ancient, horned dragons. Wang. The flaming saber was in Hong Qing's hand. It pierced through the air like a shadow and attacked Duan Lingtian. Wherever it passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously for a long time. Wave after wave of heat waves swept out in all directions, transforming into waves of scorching strong winds that blew at many of the other 5 Element sect members, causing them to shudder and come to their senses one after another. *T. It's that Hong Qing. He's going to kill Senior Brother Ling Tian. One of the 5 Element sect's disciples who reacted the fastest hastily shouted. At once, the remaining 18 5 Element sect's disciples, including the 2 peak masters of the 5 Element sect, turned pale. Duan Lingtian. Huang Daniu had just killed a Crimson Moon sect's disciple when he heard the voice. He hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian. When he saw that Hong Qing's flaming saber was so close to Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on his face. Damn it! I didn't notice that Hong Qing, other than Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak who had a cold expression on his face, Yufeng, the peak masters of Water Peak, and Tiangu, the peak masters of Earth Peak, were horrified when they saw this scene. However, it was too late for them to rescue him, even if they wanted to. Han Qing's flaming saber was about to land on Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian. The Nangong brothers Tan Huan, Tiangu, and the other 5 Element sect's disciples could not help but feel their hearts in their mouths. At this moment, They could only hope that Duan Lingtian's innate ability would work on Hong Qing. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. Duan Lingtian, today, I'll avenge the 7 senior and junior brothers of my Crimson Moon sect. Avenge my Crimson Moon sect. Killing you is equivalent to severing an arm of the 5 element sect. When Hong Qing charged towards Duan Lingtian, his voice transmission pierced into Duan Lingtian's ears mercilessly. It was filled with madness, causing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. Looking at the flaming saber that was so close to him, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. This flaming saber that was extremely fast in the eyes of others seemed to be extremely slow in front of him, causing him to still have the mood to respond to Hong Qing's voice transmission. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Just with this mere strength of 440 over ancient horned dragons? Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice transmission pierced into Hong Qing's ears, causing his face to change slightly. You're deliberately mystifying me. Hong Qing shouted loudly. The blazing flame on the flaming saber in his hand soared up and enveloped Duan Lingtian. If this were to happen, Duan Lingtian would be crippled even if he did not die. Whoosh! The flaming saber slashed through the air like a stroke of God. It set off flames that filled the sky and enveloped Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Lingtian. When many 5 element sect's disciples saw Duan Lingtian being enveloped by the flames that gushed out from the flaming saber, they could not help but close their eyes one by one. They were unwilling to see the scene of Duan Lingtian's blood splattering all over the place. However, in the next moment, the sound of air exploding that was set off by the flaming saber suddenly stopped. Out of curiosity, they could not help but open their eyes. When they looked into the distance, their eyes narrowed instantly. Their faces were filled with disbelief as though they had seen something that they would never forget in their entire lives. This from Cha Bai, Yufeng, and Tian Gu, the peak masters of fire, water, and earth, to Huang Daniu, Chen Wei, the Nangong brothers, Tan Huan, Tian Zhen, and the other 5 element sect's disciples. All of them were dumbfounded. Goodness, what did they just see? In the distance, Hong Qing was still there. The flaming saber was still there. However, the waves of flames that accompanied the descent of the flaming saber were forcefully pushed back by a terrifying force that rose out of nowhere. This, at the same time Guocheng and Chiyu, who had just joined forces to kill Rinji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect, happened to witness this scene. They could not help but be stunned. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the purple-clad young man stood there. The purple robe on his body fluttered as though it had transformed into a blazing purple flame that followed Feng Qingyang. At this moment, a wave of khaki energy rose around the purple flame. Bolts of purple lightning that looked like snakes flashed within it, emitting waves of terrifying aura. Not only that, but there was also an extremely sharp aura that rose up from the purple flame. From afar, it looked like a gigantic sword that was flying across the sky. There were even spots of sword-shaped energy swirling around it. However, these were not what attracted the attention of the people present. What really attracted the attention of the people present was the hand that the purple-clad young man raised. His hand was placed horizontally in front of his glabella as he forcefully clasped the spirit saber that was burning with flames that was close to him between 2 of his fingers. The 2 fingers were like pillars that supported the sky, causing the spirit saber that contained the strength of more than 440 ancient horned dragons to be unable to move forward at all. He caught the saber with his bare hands. At once, the group of 5 element sect's disciples who were watching by the side felt their scalps go numb. Ling Tian, senior brother Ling Tian, caught Hong Qing's spirit saber with his bare hands. Hong Qing is a 9th level void interpretation martial artist. The spirit saber in his hand is a grade 2 spirit saber, and he has even comprehended the 9th level intermediate fire concept and 2nd level intermediate saber concept. His full strength is equivalent to the strength of more than 440 ancient horned dragons. However, he was still stopped by senior brother Ling Tian. Not only that, he stopped it with 2 fingers. While the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples were discussing animatedly, many of them could not help but gasp. To be able to catch a saber that contained the strength of more than 440 ancient horned dragons with his bare hands, how powerful was the person who caught the saber? Look, the heaven and earth phenomenon above senior brother Ling Tian's head has solidified. It was unknown who called out. At once, everyone from 5 Element Sect, including the group of senior officials, stared at the sky above Duan Ling Tian's head. The ancient horned dragons' silhouettes that had gathered there clearly entered their eyes. There was a total of 500 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes. These 500 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were separated in a regular pattern, at least in the eyes of Guachong, the sect leader of 5 Element Sect, and Chiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. As powerhouses at the peak of the void, their eyesight was not something that ordinary people could compare to. They could see that. The 500 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were divided into 200 silhouettes, 100 silhouettes, 100 silhouettes, and 100 silhouettes. This Duan Lingtian, he has actually made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage. Guochong was shocked. He could not help but look at Chiyu, who was next to him. I don't know when he made a breakthrough to the first level void transformation stage. Logically speaking, those 2 spirit fruits should not be enough for him to make a breakthrough from the 7th level void interpretation to the 1st level void interpretation. Chiyu shook his head. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of confusion could be seen on his face. Perhaps he had a fortuitous encounter. Guachong's gaze shifted to the purple figure in the distance again, and he sighed. It's fine if it's just the 1st level void transformation stage. But this little fellow has not only comprehended the 9th level intermediate thunder concept, but he has also comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept and the 9th level intermediate sword concept. With such a level of comprehension, how can he possibly let others live? When Guachong reached the end of his sentence, a hint of bitterness could be seen at the corner of his mouth. He's a complete little monster. Chiyu smiled wryly. Now, do you still think that I'm deliberately mystifying him? Chapter 929. You, upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hong Qing snapped back to reality. Fear could be seen in his eyes, and he could not even finish his sentence. He tried his best to retrieve the spirit saber, but he realized that the spirit saber was held in the hands of the purple-clad young man in front of him. It was as though it had grown roots and could not be moved at all. You're a void transformation martial artist? Hong Qing gasped and looked at Duan Lingtian with fear in his eyes as he asked in a trembling voice, Why? Don't you want to kill me? Duan Lingtian did not answer Hong Qing. Instead, a brilliant smile appeared on his face as he replied with a question. In Hong Qing's eyes, the bright smile on Duan Lingtian's face was no different from a devil's smile. Soon, Hong Qing's eyes that were filled with fear flashed. He no longer dared to hesitate and let go of his hand that was holding the spirit saber. Whoosh! After Hong Qing threw away the grade 2 spirit saber, he turned around and fled as fast as lightning. Seeing Hong Qing's silhouette was getting further and further away, Duan Lingtian stood in the air. He had no intention of chasing after him. His hand that was holding the spirit saber with only 2 fingers had already grasped the spirit saber in his hand and weighed it lightly. Why didn't senior brother Ling Tian chase after him? Don't tell me that senior brother Ling Tian wants to let Hong Qing go. Many of the 5 Element Sect's disciples were puzzled. Only the 5 Element Sect senior officials looked at the spirit saber in Duan Lingtian's hand thoughtfully. That was the grade 2 spirit saber that Hong Qing left behind. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian made his move. His hand that was holding the grade 2 spirit saber suddenly lifted up and stretched backward. It was as though it had transformed into a strong bow. It was so tight that the muscles on his back began to tremble slightly. Soon, the grade 2 spirit saber was covered with a layer of khaki energy. It was surrounded by streaks of purple lightning, and it was emitting a fierce aura. Whoosh! The originally quiet 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head suddenly became restless. Moreover, another 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air beside the 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. It was the boost from the grade 2 spirit saber. Kill! Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. The grade 2 spirit saber that contained all his strength left his hand. It was like an arrow that was shot out from a powerful bow. Its speed was so fast that it was terrifying. Wong! The grade 2 spirit saber shot out swiftly along with the 650 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky. Their speed was much faster than Hong Qing, who had fled first. While Hong Qing was fleeing, the heaven and earth energy above his head transformed into 350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Now, the grade 2 spirit saber not only contained Duan Lingtian's strength, but it also contained the amplification power of the grade 2 spirit saber. Its speed was nearly twice as fast as his. With such a difference, the result was obvious. The grade 2 spirit saber caught up with Hong Qing in just a moment and pierced through his back. The white saber went in, and the red saber came out. It pierced through Hong Qing's body and killed him. Senior brother Ling Tian is so powerful. I knew it. How could senior brother Ling Tian let Hong Qing go? As it turns out, he didn't even bother to chase after Hong Qing. He only threw the saber out and killed Hong Qing. Hong Qing said senior brother Ling Tian is a void interpretation martial artist. When senior brother Ling Tian threw out the grade 2 spirit saber, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head had an amplification of 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The strength contained in his origin energy should be equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. A first-level void transformation martial artist's origin energy is equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. It seems like senior brother Ling Tian is already a first-level void transformation martial artist. After they saw that Duan Ling Tian was a first-level void transformation martial artist, the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples could not help but be shocked. Duan Ling Tian, when did you make a breakthrough to the void transformation stage? Huang Daniu rushed to the front of Duan Ling Tian and sized up Duan Ling Tian as though he was looking at a monster. After a long while, he finally asked in disbelief. He remembered that Duan Ling Tian was only at the 9th level void interpretation before they departed. They had only traveled for a month, and Duan Ling Tian had already made a breakthrough? And he had even made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage? I just made a breakthrough a few days ago. Duan Ling Tian replied with a faint smile. Although Duan Ling Tian was pleasantly surprised that he had made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage a few days ago, he was not surprised at all. One must know that before he left the 5 Element Sect, the bottleneck to the first level void transformation in his body was already very loose. He only needed to put in a little more effort to make a breakthrough. During this journey, he would still cultivate a little when he had free time. It just so happened that he had made the final breakthrough a few days ago. The origin energy in his body transformed like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate and made a breakthrough to the first level void transformation in one go. That's right. When senior brother Ling Tian made his move earlier, he mobilized the heaven and earth energy and consolidated 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Other than the thunder concept, it seems like there's also the earth concept. It's not just the earth concept. It seems like there's also the sword concept. 3 concepts combined, and it's equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. Senior brother Ling Tian's strength is really terrifying. Soon, the group of 5 element sect's disciples began to make a ruckus again. Duan Ling Tian, Hu Fei, stood inconspicuously at the side as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were filled with endless hatred. However, there was also a hint of dread in the depth of his eyes. Duan Ling Tian's strength made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. He knew that if Duan Ling Tian really wanted to kill him, he would not be able to escape from death. I can't touch you in the open. Then I'll do it in the dark. When we reach Emperor Wu's secret treasure, all the young powerhouses from the major sects will swarm in. I don't believe that you'll be able to defeat all of them. As if he had thought of something, a wicked smile crept up on the corner of Hu Fei's mouth. He had a plan to deal with Duan Ling Tian in his heart. He believed that as long as this plan was carried out successfully, even if Duan Ling Tian had 10 lives, it would still not be enough for him to survive. Duan Ling Tian immediately noticed Hu Fei's gaze that was as venomous as a snake's. His expression turned grave as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. This Hu Fei is really like a haunting ghost. I'll definitely kill him once I find an opportunity in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Hu Fei gave Duan Ling Tian a very uncomfortable feeling. This feeling was no different from Zishang in the past. Perhaps this kind of person could not do anything to him in the open, but it would be impossible for him to guard against them when they were secretly plotting against him. In Duan Ling Tian's heart, he had already sentenced Hu Fei to death. This Duan Ling Tian is really insane. Nangong Yi and his brother stood in the distance. Their gazes landed on Duan Ling Tian. Nangong Yi could not help but curse. Naturally, there was no malicious intent in his tone. Even though Nangong Yi did not say anything, his eyes were still gleaming brightly. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was a bright lamp that lit up the direction for him to move forward. Since this Duan Ling Tian can make a breakthrough to the void transformation stage, it means that he has at least comprehended one type of void transformation concept. While the 5 element sect's disciples were marveling at Duan Ling Tian's strength, the group of 5 element sect senior officials could not help but recall the 3 types of concepts that Duan Ling Tian cast earlier. None of the 3 types of concepts was the void transformation concept. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian's strength to only be at the strength of 500 ancient horned dragons. At this moment, they obtained a shocking fact. Duan Ling Tian is still concealing another type of void transformation concept. Cha Bai, the peak masters of Fire Peak, Yufeng and Tiangu, the peak masters of Water Peak, looked at each other. All of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. This was especially true for Cha Bai. After he recovered from the shock, his face turned ghastly pale. In the end, he took a deep breath as though he had made up his mind about something. Hu Fei. Then Cha Bai looked at his direct disciple, Hu Fei, and said solemnly through voice transmission, "From this moment onward, forget about the enmity between you and Duan Ling Tian. You can't afford to offend him." Initially, Hu Fei was still proud of his plan. However, when he heard Cha Bai's voice transmission, he could not help but be stunned. Before he could reply, Cha Bai's voice continued to enter his ears. "I suspect that this Duan Ling Tian was still holding back when he attacked earlier. It's very likely that he has comprehended another type of void transformation concept." Void transformation concept. Cha Bai's words caused Hu Fei's expression to change slightly. Void transformation concept. In the beginning, Hu Fei still could not believe it. He thought that his master had made a mistake. However, after Cha Bai's explanation, he had no choice but to believe it, even if he did not want to. "Yes, master. I won't take the initiative to offend him in the future." Hu Fei took a deep breath and replied to Cha Bai. However, even though he said so, he did not think so in his heart. Duan Lingtian, so what if you've really comprehended the void transformation concept? When you become the target of public criticism in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, you'll still die for sure. When Hu Fei thought of this, a cold gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes. It was as though he was about to devour someone, asking him to let go of Duan Lingtian? Impossible, unless he died. Naturally, Cha Bai was unaware of Hu Fei's thoughts. However, when he heard Hu Fei's promise, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He knew that the current Duan Lingtian was someone that even he would have to think twice before offending, let alone his disciple, Hu Fei. Unless he could completely kill Duan Lingtian to prevent any future troubles. Otherwise, what awaited him would be endless revenge from Duan Lingtian in the future. Duan Lingtian, you've really hidden your strength well. High up in the sky, two silhouettes disappeared into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already not far away from Duan Lingtian. Gua Chong stared deeply at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. Take it. At this moment, Chiyu, who was standing next to Guichong, lifted his head and shot out two rays of light towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian hurriedly reached out his hand to catch them. When he lowered his head, he realized that they were two concept fragments. Two concept fragments. One was green while the other was purple. The color was extremely deep. It was obvious that the level was not low. Are these the two concept fragments in the body of Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect? Chapter 930. Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, was a powerhouse at the peak of the void. He had comprehended the 9th level advance wind concept and the 9th level advance thunder concept. For this reason, the two concept fragments in his body were the 9th level wind concept fragment and the 9th level thunder concept fragment. Both of them were top-notch concept fragments. They could be considered as priceless treasures. With these two concept fragments, Duan Lingtian could quickly raise his wind concept and thunder concept to the 9th level advanced stage. At that time, the next step would be to comprehend the profundity. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian quickly thanked Chiyu. This surprise was just too great. At the same time, when the gazes of the other 3 Peak Masters and the group of disciples from the 5-element sect landed on Duan Lingtian, hints of envy and jealousy could be seen in their eyes. Those were 2 9th level concept fragments, after all. Even the 5-element sect only had a few pieces of such concept fragments. However, Duan Lingtian had obtained 2 of them. Of course, although they were envious and jealous, none of them said anything. Put aside the fact that those were Qi Yu's spoils of war, he could distribute them as he wished. Even if they belonged to the sect, with the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed that far surpassed the group of young disciples from 5-element sect, he was still qualified for the sect to bestow these 2 concept fragments to him. Junior brother Chiyu, you've hidden your strength even better than Duan Lingtian. If you had told me earlier that you've already reached the peak of the void, I wouldn't have been so afraid of Renji earlier. At this moment, Gua Chong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, shifted his gaze away from Duan Lingtian and stared at Chiyu, who was next to him. He could not help but sigh. If he had known earlier that Chiyu was a powerhouse at the peak of the void, he would have made his move immediately when the group of people from Crimson Moon Sect appeared. As one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert, the enmity between the 5-element sect and Crimson Moon Sect had been going on for thousands of years. The 2 major sects were always thinking about annihilating each other. However, due to the fact that the 2 major sects had always been on par with each other, none of them had ever been able to gain the upper hand. Currently, Chiyu had comprehended 2 types of 9th level void transformation concept and reached the peak of the void. It could be said that he had broken the balance between the 2 major forces. Five Element Sect and Crimson Moon Sect's three Vice Sect leaders had easily killed Renji and killed the three Vice Sect leaders of Crimson Moon Sect as well. The moment Guocheng opened his mouth, everyone from Five Element Sect shifted their gaze from Duan Lingtian to Qiyu as though they had discussed this beforehand. At this moment Qiyu used peak. Sect leaders of Five Sect leader, I didn't expect Peak Master Qiyu to be so strong. From today onwards, Peak Master Qiyu is no longer the second strongest person in our Five Element Sect. He's now a peak void stage expert who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sect leader, and he's qualified to be ranked as the strongest person in our Five Element Sect. The people from Crimson Moon Sect are really unlucky, especially that sect leader Renji of Crimson Moon Sect. He had been provoking our Five Element Sect since the beginning. In the end, he became even more fearless. Later on, when he found out that Peak Master Qiyu was also a powerhouse at the peak of the void, I still remember the expression on his face clearly. I saw it as well. It was an extremely fearful and horrified expression. Before he died, I'm afraid he was regretting provoking our Five Element Sect. Now that the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect is dead, Crimson Moon Sect will only exist in name. After we return from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, sect leader and the others will definitely wipe Crimson Moon Sect off the face of Cloud Continent. Each of the Five Element Sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Excitement could be seen on their faces as they held their heads high. Peak Stage Void. Many people looked at Qiyu with eyes full of admiration and admiration. The other three peak masters of Five Element Sect, Cha Bai, Yufang, and Tiangu, looked at Qiyu with a complicated gaze. They did not expect Qiyu's strength to be so terrifying. When they recalled how the three of them treated Would Peak in the past, they could not help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, Qiyu did not make a fuss about it at that time. Otherwise, even if the three of them joined forces, they would not be a match for Qiyu at all. A peak stage void powerhouse was just too terrifying. There was an existence that had half a foot in the martial monarch stage. The two types of ninth-level void interpretation concepts that Qiyu comprehended are the water concept and fire concept. Even if the sect's disciples don't manage to obtain the profundity fragment from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I'm afraid it won't take long for him to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Yu Feng glanced at Cha Bai and Tiangu before speaking to them through voice transmission. After being reminded by Yu Feng, Cha Bai and Tiangu finally remembered. When Qiyu fought with Renji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, he had cast the 9th level Advanced Water Concept and 9th level Advanced Fire Concept. Perhaps he might be able to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage earlier than sect leader and become a martial monarch powerhouse in one fell swoop. Tiangu sucked in a cold breath. Peak Master Qiyu, congratulations. At once, Yu Feng and Tiangu exchanged glances before looking at Qiyu in unison. They congratulated him for achieving the peak stage void strength. Congratulations. Even Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, who had always been at odds with Qiyu, put aside his pride and congratulated Qiyu. There was no lack of subservience in his words. Haha, Hu Fei, look at the expression on your face. It's as if your parents have just died. Do you regret betraying Arwood Peak? Suddenly, a burst of laughter resonated in the air. It was Huang Daniu looking at Hu Fei, who was standing in the distance, with a grave expression on his face. Hu Fei's expression changed drastically when Huang Daniu exposed his thoughts in front of so many people. He glared at Huang Daniu angrily, but he did not dare to say anything harsh. Put aside the fact that Huang Daniu and Duan Lingtian were quite close, even if it was Huang Daniu himself, he would not dare to provoke him. Perhaps, during the Battle of the Five Peaks, Huang Daniu had to rely on the earth energy to defeat him. However, right now, Huang Daniu could still defeat him easily even if he did not rely on the earth energy. Previously, when Huang Daniu came out of the profound assimilation formation, he had already comprehended the 9th level advance earth concept. When he fought with the people from Crimson Moon sect earlier, he even displayed a cultivation base that was not any weaker than his. At that time, he already knew that the current Huang Daniu could easily defeat him even if he did not rely on the earth energy. Duan Lingtian. Hu Fei's face turned grave when he felt the mocking gazes from the surroundings landing on him. His eyes were cold as he stared at Duan Lingtian from afar. Until now, he still believed that it was Duan Lingtian who had caused him to lose his chance to reap any benefits from the profound assimilation formation. Idiot! When Duan Lingtian noticed Hu Fei's gaze, he could vaguely guess what was going on in Hu Fei's mind. He glanced at Hu Fei coldly and sent his voice transmission into Hu Fei's ears. You! Horror dawned on Hu Fei's face right away. In a fit of anger, his internal organs trembled as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Why is this Hu Fei spitting out blood? He must be regretting his decision after seeing the strength that Peak Master Chiyu displayed and how powerful Wood Peak is now. Looks like he's angry at himself for making such a stupid decision. So what if he's angry? An ingrate is still an ingrate, after all. Even though the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples were whispering, they did not intentionally lower their voices. Every single word entered Hu Fei's ears clearly, causing him to be so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Let's continue our journey. When Guo Chong noticed that Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, had a grave expression on his face, he wanted to help him, so he called out to the others and took the lead to fly forward. At once, the 5 Element Sect's disciples followed closely behind him. We're not there yet. After flying for a while, Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked down at the hills below his feet. There are quite a lot of people there. Don't tell me that the secret treasure that Emperor Wu left behind is there? Suddenly, a surprised voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was a 5 Element Sect's disciple who exclaimed as he pointed to the front. His voice was filled with excitement. Many of the 5 Element Sect's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, followed his gaze when they heard his voice. In front of them, after bypassing a towering mountain forest, a gigantic valley appeared before their eyes. Above the valley, there were 2 groups of people standing in the air. There were more than 20 people in each of the 2 groups. It was similar to the 5 Element Sect's disciples. There's a group of bald heads there. Don't tell me they're from the Empyrean Temple, one of the 4 major forces in the southern of the northern desert. In the entire northern desert, only the Empyrean Temple has so many bald monks. When Duan Lingtian noticed that there were many monks wearing kasayas with rings on their heads in the group, many of the 5 Element Sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. Empyrean Temple, Hui Ming, Hui Jing, and that little monk. Very soon, Duan Lingtian found 3 familiar figures among the group of people who were mostly bald. They were the 3 monks from the Empyrean Temple whom he had met in the Skywolf Fort. Abbot Hui Kong, long time no see. How have you been? The 5 Element Sect's group flew over and attracted the attention of the Empyrean Temple's group and another group of people. Guo Chong was the first to look at the Empyrean Temple's group. His gaze landed on the old monk who was leading the group. The old monk had 9 rings on his head. His 2 white eyebrows were bent down, making him look kind and amiable. He was the abbot of the Empyrean Temple, Hui Kong. The abbot of the Empyrean Temple was also the highest leader of the Empyrean Temple. Amit Ba, Sect Leader Guo, this humble monk greets you. Hui Kong squinted his eyes and looked at Guo Chong. He clasped his palms together in a respectful manner. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, an exclamation resonated from the group of people from the Empyrean Temple, attracting many people's attention. Subsequently, everyone saw a monk disciple from the Empyrean Temple who had not shaved his head, staring at one of the Five Element sect's disciples. It was a purple-clad young man. There's actually someone from the Empyrean Temple who knows Senior Brother Ling Tian. Senior Brother Ling Tian is really amazing. Even the people from the Empyrean Temple in the southern of the northern desert know him. Chapter 931. When he heard someone calling his name, and it was not Hui Ming, Hui Jing, or the little monk, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly curious. At the same time, he glanced at the source of the voice. With just a glance, he saw a somewhat familiar figure, as if he had seen it before. Oh, Qin! When he saw the young man standing among the group of people from the Empyrean Temple, Duan Lingtian raised his brows. He finally recalled the identity of this Empyrean Temple's monk disciple. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he had met the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Darchu dynasty, Ochen. He still remembered that Ochen was the first young genius from the 10 great dynasties who chose to enter the Empyrean Temple after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. When he saw the young genius from the 10 great dynasties here, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a sense of familiarity. Duan Lingtian? Ochen's voice had also alarmed Hui Ming, Hui Jing, and the young monk beside them. For a moment, their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian as well. They were rather surprised that Duan Lingtian did not appear among the group of people from the Five Element sect. According to their knowledge, after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended, Duan Lingtian seemed to have entered the Blade sect. Logically speaking, he should have come with the people from the Blade sect. However, now, before the people from the Blade sect had arrived, Duan Lingtian had appeared. Moreover, he had come with the people from the Five Element sect. The Five Element sect was one of the 3 great forces in the eastern area of the northern desert. This was something that they knew. Duan Lingtian, we meet again. A familiar voice suddenly entered Duan Lingtian's ears through voice transmission. At the first moment, Duan Lingtian recognized the voice of the young monk standing beside Hui Ming and Hui Jing. Yes, we meet again. However, until now, I still don't know how to address you. Duan Lingtian looked at the young monk with a calm expression as he replied via voice transmission. I'm called Xianbei. The young monk continued to speak through voice transmission. Xianbei? I'll remember it. Duan Lingtian replied again. Don't forget, we still have a promise between us. Xianbei said again. Of course I didn't forget. Duan Lingtian replied. He still remembered that Xianbei had once issued a challenge to him during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At that time, he had accepted the challenge without any hesitation. However, up until now, that challenge had yet to be realized. That's good. Xianbei nodded with satisfaction. So your young benefactor, Duan. I've heard so much about you. Just when most of the people's gazes were on Duan Lingtian, a loud and clear voice suddenly sounded. It shocked many people to the point that they were dumbstruck. The abbot of the Empyrean Temple, Hui Kong, looked at Duan Lingtian and greeted Duan Lingtian with his palms together. You are too polite, abbot. When Duan Lingtian saw Hui Kong, the leader of one of the 4 major forces in the south of the northern desert, taking the initiative to greet him, although he was surprised, he did not find it strange. Presumably, Hui Ming and Hui Jing had already told Hui Kong everything about him. In Hui Ming and Hui Jing's eyes, he was a variant who knew how to cast his innate ability. In terms of innate ability and strength, he was far superior to ordinary martial artists. The reason why Hui Kong greeted him was probably more because he was a variant. There was no other meaning behind it. Only a few people were surprised when Chin greeted Duan Lingtian. However, when Hui Kong took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian and even said something like, I've heard so much about you, it shocked everyone present. Who was Hui Kong? The abbot of the Empyrean Temple, a powerhouse at the peak of the void. However, Such an existence took the initiative to greet a five-element sect's disciple who appeared to be only 25 years old. They could not help but be shocked. Even Guo Chong, the sect leader of the five-element sect, could not help but turn pale with fright. He knew Hui Kong, this old monk, very well. He knew that if it was not someone that Hui Kong took a fancy to, it was absolutely impossible for Hui Kong to take the initiative to greet him. In other words, Duan Lingtian had caught Hui Kong's eye. Abbot Hui Kong, you've heard of Duan Lingtian before? Guo Chong could not help but ask Hui Kong curiously. Yes. Hui Kong nodded lightly and then said, although I don't know how little benefactor Duan joined the five-element sect, the five-element sect will be like a tiger that has grown wings with little benefactor Duan's help this time. Congratulations, sect leader Guo. Huh, you have a good eye, Abbot Hui Kong. Guo Chong could not help but laugh when he heard this. He was still very confident in Duan Lingtian's strength. Now, among the younger generation of the five-element sect, as long as Duan Lingtian claimed to be second, there was absolutely no one who dared to claim to be first. Of course, there were still many people in the Empyrean Temple who looked at Duan Lingtian with a doubtful expression. They really could not figure out why such a young man who looked to be only 25 years old would receive such exaggerated praise from their Empyrean Temple's abbot. Could the abbot have made a mistake? Just him alone will make the five-element sect like a tiger that has grown wings? Many of the Empyrean Temple's secular disciples whispered to each other and expressed their doubts. Humph! What five-element sect, Empyrean Temple? Looks like there's really no one left in your two great forces. A little kid who's not even 30 years old can be regarded as a treasure by all of you? How laughable! A cold snort that was filled with disdain, accompanied by a voice that was neither loud nor soft, resonated from the group of people in the distance. Everyone from the five-element sect and the Empyrean Temple, including Duan Lingtian, could not help but look over when they heard the voice. They discovered that the person who spoke was the leader of the group of people, an old man in black clothes. The old man's face was cold, and his eyes were extremely sharp. It was as though there were wisps of terrifying cold gleams flashing in them, causing people to not dare to look at him directly. Similar to the old man, the other 4 old men behind him and the remaining 20 young men and women were also dressed in black. There was a badge pinned on each of their chests. The badge on the chest of the old man in the lead was a blazing sun. The badge on the chest of the 4 old men who stood side by side behind him was a bright moon. As for the remaining 20 young men and women, the badge on their chests was a star. One of the 2 great forces in the western district of the northern desert, the Sun-Moon sect. Guo Chong muttered to himself when he saw the attire of the group of people in front of him. His gaze then shifted to the old man in the lead and asked, "You must be the sect leader of the Sun-Moon sect, right?" "That's right. It's me, the sect leader," the old man replied nonchalantly. "How should I address you, sect leader?" Guo Chong asked again. "Chun Feng," the old man replied impatiently. "Sect leader Chun Feng." Guo Chong nodded before asking again. "Earlier you said there's no one left in our five-element sect." "Humph." Chun Feng snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Isn't that the case? Only your five-element sect and Empyrean Temple would treat a young boy like a treasure. In our Sun-Moon sect, a disciple of this age is not qualified to leave the sect. Young boy, it seems like you're looking down on this disciple of our five-element sect, sect leader Chun Feng. I wonder how many of the 20 young disciples from your sect are confident in defeating him?" Guo Chong asked bluntly as he narrowed his eyes, and a smile crept up on the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing Guo Chong's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He knew the sect leader was going to use him as a tool to trick the sect leader of Sun-Moon sect and the group of Sun-Moon sect's disciples. Although Duan Lingtian did not like being used as a tool, He did not know why he did not resist at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Perhaps it was because the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, Qin Feng, had used him as a topic to provoke the Five-Element sect and Empyrean Temple. Defeat him? Upon hearing Guochang's words, Qin Feng looked at Duan Lingtian. After sizing him up for a while, he could not help but scoff. A young boy like this can be easily defeated by any young disciple from our Sun Moon sect. If that's the case, why don't we give it a try? Guochang's eyes that were narrowed suddenly opened. The smile on his face grew wider as he asked bluntly. Huh? Guochang's straightforwardness stunned Qin Feng. He could vaguely sense that something was amiss. Why? Sect leader Qin Feng, don't tell me you're afraid? Guochang smiled. It was a smile filled with contempt. Why wouldn't I dare? Qin Feng was enraged by Guochang. He shouted coldly before he turned to look at one of the Sun Moon sect's disciples. Lu Kai, you, come out and meet that young boy from Five-Element sect. The Sun Moon sect's disciple who was called out was a young man who looked about 35 years old. He was skinny and had a cold expression on his face. Coupled with his black clothes, he gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. Yes, the moment Lu Kai heard Chen Feng's words, he immediately flew out. His emotionless eyes instantly locked onto Duan Lingtian. Huh! Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. Just a glance from the other party was enough to make him feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave. It was obvious that the other party's strength was extraordinary. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and instantly probed the other party's cultivation base. 9th level void interpretation. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that Qin Feng would actually be so cautious. The moment he opened his mouth, he immediately asked a young disciple from Sun Moon sect, who was at the 9th level void interpretation, to come out and fight him. The strength of this young disciple was most likely one of the best among the 20 young disciples in Sun Moon sect. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian flew out and stood opposite Lu Kai. His face was calm and did not show any emotion at all. At this moment, no matter if it was the Five-Element sect's disciples, the Empyrean Temple's disciples, or the Sun Moon sect's disciples, all of them were staring at the two people who were standing opposite each other without blinking. They were anticipating the battle between the two of them. Sect leader Qin Feng, this is the first time we've met each other. Why don't we each put up some prizes for our disciples sparring? Guochang looked at Qin Feng when he saw that Duan Lingtian and Lu Kai were about to fight. That's exactly what I want. Qin Feng sneered when he heard Guochang's words. Chapter 932. 9th Level Sword Concept Fragment. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words and seeing the concept fragment in his hand, many people from Five-Element sect and Empyrean Temple were shocked. They did not expect the sect leader of Sun Moon sect to be so daring. A 9th level concept fragment was considered extremely precious even to the forces they belonged to. After all, the forces they belonged to were merely third-rate forces on Cloud Continent. The most powerful one among them was only a person who had comprehended the 9th level void transformation concept. The 9th level concept fragments in the hands of the forces they belonged to were either left behind by their ancestors who had died of old age or obtained by killing martial artists who had comprehended the 9th level void transformation concept. For a third-rate force, it was not an easy task to kill a martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level void transformation concept. However, Qin Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, had taken out a 9th level sword concept fragment as the wager for the battle between Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple, and Duan Lingtian, the Five-Element sect's disciple. As long as Duan Lingtian won, he would lose this 9th level sword concept fragment to the Five-Element sect. Sect leader Qin Feng is so daring. When Guocheng, the sect leader of Five Element Sect, saw Chen Feng taking out a 9th-level sword concept fragment as the wager, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He could not help but exclaim in surprise, "What? Sect leader Gua, are you satisfied with the wager that I took out?" When Chen Feng saw the surprise on Guo Chang's face, he thought Guo Chang was frightened by him. A hint of disdain appeared on his face. "Stingy." Before Guo Chang could open his mouth, an unbridled voice broke the temporary silence at the scene. It said that Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, was stingy. Stingy? He took out a 9th-level concept fragment as the wager and was called stingy? Who was so arrogant? At once, everyone from the 3 major forces shifted their attention to the source of the voice. A young man in purple clothes was standing there. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said that the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect is stingy. Many people from the Empyrean Temple widened their eyes in shock, disbelief written all over their faces. In their opinion, a 9th-level concept fragment was something extraordinary even in the eyes of the sect leader of Five Element Sect, let alone a mere Five Element Sect's disciple. In the face of a person who took out a 9th-level concept fragment as a wager, even the sect leader of the Five Element Sect would not be able to say that the other party was stingy. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? That's a 9th-level concept fragment. I think he's deliberately saying this to make things difficult for the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect. No matter what the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect offers, he can always say that the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect is stingy. At that time, he can use this as an excuse to not make a move. If that's really the case, then this Duan Lingtian from the Five Element Sect is really too sinister. Many of the Empyrean temples, lay disciples were whispering. Although their voices were not loud, everyone present could hear them clearly. The Five Element Sect's disciples scoffed at the words of these Empyrean temples' lay disciples and did not take them seriously. They knew Duan Lingtian's strength very well. It was absolutely impossible for him to back down in front of a mere Sun Moon Sect's disciple, let alone back down in such a roundabout way. What's Duan Lingtian doing? The sect leader of Sun Moon Sect took out a 9th-level concept fragment, and he actually said that the other party is stingy? Huang Daniu, Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, Tianjun, and the others looked at each other. They could see the same doubt in each other's eyes. The peak masters of Fire Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak also had a puzzled look on their faces. Only Chi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, had a smile on his face as though he had understood something. It was as though he had guessed what Duan Lingtian was going to do next. This little fellow is really greedy. Guo Chong was stunned at first. Then, as though he had recalled something, he stared deeply at Duan Lingtian's back without saying anything. Ridiculous! How dare he say that our sect leader is stingy? That's a 9th-level concept fragment we're talking about. You're just a brat from Five Element Sect. This must be your first time seeing it, right? Many Sun Moon Sect's disciples finally regained their senses and glared at Duan Lingtian as they mocked him. If you're so capable, take out a 9th-level concept fragment as well, or take out something more valuable. Otherwise, you're just a coward who doesn't dare to fight with senior brother Lu Kai. Ask him to take out a 9th-level concept fragment. I think he won't be able to take it out even if we kill him. In my opinion, he's just afraid of senior brother Lu Kai. That's why he's looking for an excuse to avoid the battle with senior brother Lu Kai. The group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. Their words were filled with disdain toward Duan Lingtian, a Five Element Sect's disciple. In their opinion, how strong could a young man who looked like he was only 25 years old be, even if he had a high innate talent and comprehension ability? As Qin Feng raised his hand, the group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples finally quieted down. However, Their eyes were still filled with disdain when they looked at Duan Lingtian. It was a disdain that came from the bottom of their hearts. Are you saying that I'm stingy? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Duan Lingtian as he asked in a deep voice. Aren't you? Duan Lingtian acted as though he did not hear the mockery from the group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples. When he heard Qin Feng's question, he replied in a matter-of-fact manner. As the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, you only took out a 9th-level concept fragment as the wager. Don't you think you're stingy? Humph. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed sharply as he snorted. The 9th-level sword concept fragment in my hand is just the first wager that I took out. If sect leader Gua thinks it's not enough, I can add in some other wagers. Of course it's not enough. The moment Qin Feng's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian immediately replied, let alone our sect leader, even I, a nobody from the 5-element sect, feel that the wager you took out is not enough. You also said that you're a nobody. Do you think you can represent the sect leader of your 5-element sect? Qin Feng sneered. Of course, I can't represent our sect leader. However, I can wager with you myself. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and said word by word. You want to wager with me yourself? When Qin Feng heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but be stunned. Ha ha ha, what a joke! This 5-element sect brat said that he wants to wager with our sect leader himself. Does he really think that a 9th-level concept fragment is a cabbage? First, he said that our sect leader is stingy. Now he wants to wager with our sect leader himself. I really want to see what he can take out to wager with our sect leader. The Sun Moon Sect's disciples became restless again. Each of them looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on their faces, waiting for Duan Lingtian to make a fool of himself. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. If he can't take out something that's worth more than the 9th-level sword concept fragment now, he's going to make a fool of himself. He's definitely going to make a fool of himself. The group of Empyrean Temple's monk disciples shook their heads and looked at Duan Lingtian with pity on their faces. The abbot of Empyrean Temple, Hui Kong, stood at the side and stared at Duan Lingtian kindly. Even though Duan Lingtian had made such a boast, he did not seem surprised at all. On the other hand, many of the 5-element sect's disciples laughed. They did not know anything else. However, when it came to 9th-level concept fragments, Duan Lingtian did not lack them at all. In fact, he had just obtained 2 of them not too long ago. They came from Ren Ji, the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, who was killed. That's right. I'll wager with you myself. Duan Lingtian looked straight at Qin Feng and nodded solemnly. Boy, do you know the value of this 9th-level sword concept fragment in my hand? Let me tell you, not everything is as valuable as this concept fragment in my hand. Qin Feng weighed the fragment in his hand and said mockingly, I don't know about other things, but I know that the combined value of these 2 things definitely surpasses the value of the 9th-level sword concept fragment in your hand. In the face of Qin Feng's mockery, Duan Lingtian remained calm. With a raise of his hand, 2 fragments appeared in his hand. One of them was green, while the other was purple. Regardless of whether it was the green or purple fragment, the color was so deep that it would cause one to be shocked at first glance. Sect leader Qin Feng, what do you think? Duan Lingtian weighed the 2 fragments in his hand and smiled faintly. 9th-level wind concept fragment. 9th-level thunder concept fragment. When Qin Feng's eyes were completely attracted by the concept fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand, horror dawned on the few Sun Moon Sect's vice sect leaders standing behind Qin Feng as they exclaimed in surprise. It's really the 9th-level wind concept fragment and the 9th-level thunder concept fragment. At the Empyrean Temple's side, Hui Jing could not help but exclaim in a low voice. Earlier, Duan Lingtian's unrestrained behavior had made him break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. He felt that Duan Lingtian was going to be humiliated in front of so many people. However, at this moment, he finally realized that Duan Lingtian only dared to behave in such a manner because he had a card up his sleeve. This could be seen from the fact that he casually took out 2 9th-level concept fragments. Those are really 2 9th-level concept fragments. The group of Sun Moon sect's disciples' faces that were filled with mockery froze completely. Their faces flushed red as though someone had grabbed them by the neck. They could not make a sound for a long time. Oh my God! Who's this Duan Lingtian? He can take out 2 9th-level concept fragments so casually. Don't tell me he's the illegitimate son of the sect leader of 5-element sect? What right does he have to possess 2 9th-level concept fragments? When the group of Empyrean Temple's monk disciples saw the 2 concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand, their eyes turned completely red. They could not wait to snatch them away. In this regard, the people from 5-element sect appeared to be much calmer. This fellow Duan Lingtian actually took out 2 9th-level concept fragments at this time. Don't tell me he's trying to cheat the sect leader of Sun Moon sect out of another 9th-level concept fragment? Huang Daniu was stunned. He could vaguely guess what was going on. Naturally, there were many people who had the same thought as him. For example, the peak masters of water, fire, and earth peak, the brothers Nangong, Tanhuan, Tianzhen, and the others. Duan Lingtian, you want to cheat the sect leader of Sun Moon sect? I won't let you do as you wish. Chapter 933. Sect Leader Qinfeng. If I take out these 2 9th-level concept fragments as the wager for the battle between me and your Sun Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, shouldn't you take out another 9th-level concept fragment as well? Duan Lingtian stared at Qinfeng as he enunciated each and every word clearly. When Qinfeng regained his senses, his face turned grave. It did not cross his mind that the purple-clad young man in front of him would actually take out 2 9th-level concept fragments, and even want him to bet with him using 2 9th-level concept fragments as the wager. As the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, naturally he was not a fool. Since the other party dared to make this wager and was willing to take out 2 9th-level concept fragments as the wager, he must be very confident in himself. For a moment, Qinfeng was in a dilemma. It wasn't difficult for him to take out another 9th-level concept fragment. However, the problem was, if the purple-clad young man in front of him won, not only would their Sun Moon sect be humiliated, but they would also lose 2 9th-level concept fragments. The reason he took out a 9th-level concept fragment earlier was because he thought he would definitely win. He wanted to use that 9th-level concept fragment to win the other 9th-level concept fragment from the 5-element sect. However, what happened next was beyond his expectations. First, the purple-clad young man in front of him said he was stingy. Then he stood out and wanted him to bet with him. Moreover, he wanted to use 2 9th-level concept fragments as the wager. He had to admit that he hesitated when he saw the other party's confident expression. Although he did not dare to believe that such a young man would be able to defeat his Sun Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, who was at the 9th-level void interpretation. However, the moment he thought about the 2 9th-level concept fragments, he had to be extremely cautious. Why? Sect Leader Qinfeng, don't tell me you're afraid? When Duan Lingtian saw Qinfeng hesitating, he could easily guess what was on his mind. He could not help but laugh. He deliberately raised his voice so that everyone could hear him. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of a sentence, a disdainful smile crept up the corner of his mouth. Afraid? When Qinfeng heard Duan Lingtian's words and noticed the gazes around him, he was instantly enraged. However, just as his anger rose to his head, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him, and he completely calmed down. He faintly realized that this was the opponent's provocation. Right at this moment, a voice transmission came from afar and pierced into Qin Feng's ears. Sect Master Qin Feng, you mustn't agree to this Duan Lingtian. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Actually, he's a first-level void transformation martial artist. Apart from comprehending a void transformation concept, he's also comprehended 3 9th-level void interpretation concepts. Right now, this Duan Lingtian is trying to infuriate you so that you will agree to his request. Don't fall into his trap. Otherwise, your Sun-Moon sect will definitely lose 2 9th-level concept fragments. The voice transmission stopped abruptly at this point. When Qin Feng heard this voice transmission, his expression changed drastically. First-level void transformation stage comprehended a void transformation concept and 3 9th-level void interpretation concepts. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng studied the purple-clad young man in front of him from top to bottom. He kept asking himself in his heart, is this Duan Lingtian really that capable? He did not dare to believe it. In his opinion, it was almost impossible for such a thing to happen. It was inevitable for a first-level void transformation martial artist to comprehend a void transformation concept. Comprehending a 9th-level void interpretation concept was already considered as monstrous. However, the voice transmission said that other than being a first-level void transformation martial artist and comprehending a void transformation concept, Duan Lingtian had also comprehended 3 void interpretation concepts. Ridiculous. This was too ridiculous. Qin Feng shook his head. He immediately concluded that the other party was lying to him. Moreover, the voice transmission came from the group of people from the 5-element sect. Unfortunately, the voice transmission came so suddenly that he could not identify which 5-element sect's disciple it was. However, he was certain of one thing. The other party was lying to him. As for the purpose of lying to him, it was easy for him to guess. The reason the other party did this was because they did not want him to bet with Duan Lingtian. They wanted the Sun-Moon sect to admit defeat in front of the 5-element sect and embarrass themselves in front of the people from the Empyrean Temple. It seemed like the other party was helping him by doing this, wanting to help him keep the 2 9th-level concept fragments. However, if one were to look deeper into it, the other party was actually helping Duan Lingtian and the 5-element sect by doing this. This was because if he refused now, Duan Lingtian would not be defeated by the Sun-Moon sect's disciple in public. The 5-element sect would also win without a fight and firmly suppress the Sun-Moon sect. Duan Lingtian, I have to say that you're very smart. Qin Feng looked at Duan Lingtian and said through his voice transmission, you actually know how to take a step back in order to advance. You ask someone to exaggerate your strength in front of me, so that my Sun-Moon sect and I will retreat in the face of difficulties, so that you and the 5-element sect will win without a fight. If it was someone from the Empyrean Temple who reminded me through voice transmission, I might have believed it. However, you actually ask someone from your 5-element sect to remind me through voice transmission. How stupid! Qin Feng's voice transmission was filled with disdain. When Duan Lingtian heard Qin Feng's voice transmission, he could not help but be stunned. He asked someone from the 5-element sect to use voice transmission to exaggerate his strength in front of Qin Feng. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was a little confused. He could not help but look at the group of people from the 5-element sect curiously. Soon he noticed something. When he looked at Hu Fei, he found that Hu Fei seemed to be avoiding his gaze, not daring to look him in the eye, which was unusual. Hu Fei! A cold gleam flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as anger rose in his heart. At this moment, he was certain that the person who warned him through voice transmission was none other than Hu Fei. However, Qin Feng did not seem to believe Hu Fei's words. This made Duan Lingtian heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, the killing intent in the depth of Duan Lingtian's eyes intensified. That killing intent was directed at Hu Fei. Just as he had expected, as long as Hu Fei was alive, he would not be able to have a day of peace. What a pity, what a pity. Initially, I was still a little hesitant when I saw you so confidently taking out 2 9th-level concept fragments to bet with me. At that time, I even thought that in order to protect the 2 9th-level concept fragments, I would reject your bet even if it would embarrass me and the Sun Moon sect. Chen Feng's voice transmission continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears. It was filled with pride. Unfortunately, you actually asked the people from the 5-element sect to remind me through voice transmission to exaggerate your strength. Not only did he exaggerate, he even exaggerated it to such an outrageous extent. Therefore, the ones who will be embarrassed today will not be me and the Sun Moon sect. It will be you, Duan Lingtian, and the 5-element sect. Chen Feng's voice transmission came to an end. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Did Hu Fei actually help him? If Hu Fei knew the outcome would be like this, he would most likely be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood. However, Duan Lingtian did not lose his killing intent toward Hu Fei because of this. In his heart, Hu Fei was already a dead man. As long as he had the chance, he would make Hu Fei die in his hands. Humph! Upon hearing Chen Feng's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian snorted. His face turned solemn on purpose. When Chen Feng saw Duan Lingtian's expression, a mocking smile appeared on his face. With a raise of his hand, he took out another concept fragment. Duan Lingtian, since you want to bet big, then I'll bet big with you. This is a 9th-level saber concept fragment, together with the 9th-level sword concept fragment in my hand. They'll be the wager for the Sun Moon sect. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Qin Feng announced loudly. At the same time, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Qin Feng looked at the Empyrean Temple's abbot, Hui Kong. Hui Kong, you old bald donkey. Although I've never had any dealings with you before, I've heard that you're a decent person. Today, you'll be the witness for the wager between me and this 5-element sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian. As for the wager, it should be kept by you as well. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he raised his hand and shot the 2 9th-level concept fragments in his hand at Hui Kong. Amit Ba, since sect leader Qin trusts me, I'll naturally follow sect leader Chen's wishes. Hui Kong placed his palms together and said after he caught the 2 9th-level concept fragments, Duan Lingtian now. Shouldn't you hand over your prize to that old baldy Hui Kong for safekeeping? Qin Feng looked at Duan Lingtian. A smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The reason he did this was because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would go back on his word. If things developed to that point, although Duan Lingtian and the 5-element sect would be humiliated, his Sun Moon sect would not be able to obtain the 2 concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand. The reason he did this was to put Duan Lingtian in a difficult position. Of course, Duan Lingtian could still reject it. However, the price of rejecting it would be extremely high. It would far exceed the value of the 2 9th-level concept fragments. If Duan Lingtian rejected it, not only Duan Lingtian, but even the 5-element sect would not be able to hold their heads up high in the northern desert in the future. Sect leader Qin Feng, you're really something. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could guess Qin Feng's thoughts. After taking a deep look at Qin Feng, he casually shot the 2 9th-level concept fragments to Hui Kong. Abbot Hui Kong, I'll have to trouble you. Amit Ba. You're too kind, young benefactor Duan. Hui Kong placed his palms together and said after he caught the 2 9th-level concept fragments. Qin Feng could not help but frown when he saw Duan Lingtian handing the 2 9th-level concept fragments to Hui Kong without hesitation. However, his frown quickly disappeared. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was puffing himself up at his own cost. No matter what, he would not believe that a young boy like Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Lu Kai, who was ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation in the Sun Moon sect. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already returned to the opposite side of Lu Kai. He stood opposite Lu Kai, who had a cold expression on his face. Young benefactor Duan, young benefactor Lu. Although your battle will determine the ownership of the 2 9th level concept fragments, this poor monk still hopes that both of you will know when to stop. Chapter 934. I have no objections. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression, he only wanted to win the 2 9th level concept fragments in this battle. He did not care if he killed or not. Of course, the most important thing was, until now, this young Sun Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, had not done anything that made him want to kill him. Those who provoke our Sun Moon sect will definitely die. Lu Kai's voice was cold and gloomy. His words revealed his determination to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a hint of coldness crept up the corner of his mouth. He was still wondering if he should spare Lu Kai's life earlier. However, Lu Kai's words completely destroyed this thought of his. Everyone had to pay the price for what they said. Duan Lingtian and Lu Kai stood opposite each other, facing each other. They instantly attracted everyone's attention. This Duan Lingtian can actually take out 2 9th level concept fragments. This is really shocking. However, what's even more shocking is that he actually dared to make a bet with the sect leader of Sun Moon sect. Don't tell me he really thinks he can win against that Sun Moon sect's disciple? That Sun Moon sect's disciple must have extraordinary strength to be called out by the sect leader of Sun Moon sect personally. I'm afraid this Duan Lingtian is going to go for wool and come home shorn. Many of the Empyrean Temple's monk disciples were discussing among themselves. It was obvious that they did not think highly of Duan Lingtian. Of course, the main reason was that Duan Lingtian was too young. So young that it was terrifying. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the black robe on Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple who was facing off against Duan Lingtian, fluttered. The origin energy on his body rose and merged with a fierce aura. At that moment, the raging origin energy on Lu Kai's body transformed into a gigantic saber that emitted an aura that seemed to be able to cut through everything. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon condensed and formed. First, 120 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared before another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. 9th level void interpretation. 9th level intermediate saber concept. Lu Kai's strength shocked many of the Empyrean Temple's disciples. They were even more convinced that Duan Lingtian could not defeat Lu Kai. Duan Lingtian, I hope you won't disappoint me. Xian Bei stared at the back of Duan Lingtian and muttered to himself. Just as a thin spiritual saber appeared in Lu Kai's hand and he was about to attack, he suddenly seemed to have noticed something. He shook his head and looked into the distance. At this time, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, looked into the distance. There was a group of people coming over in a grandiose manner. After a short while, he arrived near them. Elder Brother Duan. A gentle and pleasant voice sounded out from the group of people, and it was filled with excitement and joy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure that looked like a fire spirit flew out and headed straight for the purple figure in the distance. Its speed was as fast as lightning. When Duan Lingtian heard this familiar voice, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. In the next moment, before he could even react, he noticed a fiery red figure had already arrived in front of him. They stood facing each other and looked at each other. The person who stood in front of Duan Lingtian was a beautiful lady. A smile that could turn the world upside down was blooming on her face. For a moment, everything around her was overshadowed. Tian Wu, looking at the red-clad lady in front of him, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. The person who came was none other than Feng Tianwu. Elder brother Duan, why are you here? Feng Tianwu, who was excited to see the person she missed, calmed down a little. She took a deep breath and asked softly. She did not expect to see her elder brother Duan here. Logically speaking, elder brother Duan should have been taken away by martial monarch powerhouse, right? Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. At this moment, two figures tailed Feng Tianwu and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Both of their faces were filled with surprise. It was obvious they did not expect to see Duan Lingtian here. Su Li, big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian smiled and greeted the two of them. The two people who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian were none other than Su Li and Zhang Shouyong. Duan Lingtian, where have you been all this time? Why are you here? Su Li could not help but ask curiously. Although Zhang Shouyong did not ask, his eyes that were filled with doubt showed he was very concerned about this. It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail when I have the time in the future. As for why I'm here, my purpose is the same as yours. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, however, there's a difference. You're representing Blade Sect, while I'm representing Five Element Sect. Five Element Sect. When Su Li heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but be shocked. The Five Element Sect, that's one of the three major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Elder brother Duan, why did you go to Five Element Sect? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with doubt. Before Duan Lingtian could answer, a middle-aged man among the four people who had just arrived in the distance looked at Duan Lingtian with a gleam in his eyes. Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man greeted Duan Lingtian. When he heard this voice, Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man, and his eyes lit up as he greeted with slight, pleasant surprise. Senior. The middle-aged man was none other than the vice sect leader of the House of Swords and Su Li's master, Gen 13. Gen 13 had done him a favor, and he'd always engraved it in his heart. You said earlier that you're representing Five Element Sect this time? Gen 13 frowned slightly as he asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said apologetically, Senior, I'm truly sorry, because the Five Element Sect has done me a favor. So I'm entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time to contribute to the Five Element Sect. I'm unable to represent the Blade Sect. The group of people from the Five Element Sect were slightly surprised when they saw many people recognize Duan Lingtian in the group that had just arrived. Now that they heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Gen 13, they were shocked once more. In the past, Duan Lingtian was intending to represent the Blade Sect to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, even though they didn't know what happened later on. But when they heard what Duan Lingtian said now, they couldn't help but feel slightly fortunate. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was a great weapon of slaughter. The Five Element Sect that had Duan Lingtian would surely be able to obtain the greatest benefits from the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Humph. Gen 13 hadn't spoken when a cold snort sounded out. Subsequently, a green figure flashed out from the group of people from the Blade Sect. It was a green-clothed young man, and he was precisely one of the 20 young disciples from the Blade Sect that had come this time. After the green-clothed young man came out, he looked at Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment and asked with a deep voice, You're Duan Lingtian. Who are you? Duan Lingtian frowned when faced with the green-clothed young man who had come with ill intentions. You don't have to know who I am. You just have to answer me. Did you promise Junior Uncle Jen to join our Blade Sect and even join the Sword Sect? The green-clothed young man glanced at Duan Lingtian with disdain before he asked again in a deep voice. Yes, but Duan Lingtian nodded. Just when he was about to explain, he was interrupted by the green-clothed young man. That's enough. In other words, you, the prospective Sword Sect disciple of our Blade Sect, has switched to the Five Element Sect. Even if you're only a prospective sword sect disciple, according to the rules of our blade sect, a prospective disciple who has switched to another sect will be regarded as a traitor. Today, I, Lian Xiong, will enforce the law on behalf of the sect's enforcement elder and get rid of a traitor like you. The green-clothed young man, Lian Xiong, spoke very quickly. Before the crowd could react, he had already transformed into a green lightning bolt and charged towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! A swift sword ray accompanied him as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, the sword ray had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian's glabella. The speed of the sword ray was so fast that it was terrifying. Whoosh! At the same time, more than 270 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Lian Xiong's head. In other words, the sword that he stabbed towards Duan Lingtian contained the strength of more than 270 ancient horned dragons. 8th level void interpretation. 8th level intermediate sword concept. Grade 3 spirit sword. In the eyes of most people present, the speed of the green-clothed young man was shockingly fast. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, it was pitifully slow. When Duan Lingtian saw that the grade 3 spirit sword in the green-clothed young man's hand was only a foot away from his glabella, he was already prepared to reach out to grab the sword. To him, stopping the sword with his bare hands was not a problem at all. However, just when Duan Lingtian was about to make his move, he heard a short-lived, piercing sound. Slap! At the same time, a sound entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw that the sword that was a foot away from his glabella disappeared before his eyes in just a blink of an eye. To be more precise, it flew into the distant sky. Along with it, an arm that was forcefully torn off flew out. Dazzling fresh blood was still spurting out from the wound on the arm. The blood splattered across the sky and condensed into red roses. At the same time, a shrill scream reverberated in the air. It was Lian Xiong who was standing near Duan Lingtian. He pressed on the wound on his severed arm with one hand and stopped the bleeding as he screamed in pain. "Who's that?" When he caught his breath, he glared at the person who attacked him. However, when he saw the red-clad lady standing there with a long whip that looked like a red spirit snake in her hand, horror dawned on his face. T. Junior's sister Feng, he betrayed the sect. He should atone for his sins with his death. Why are you helping him? The person who crippled Lian Xiong was none other than Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu was the first to react and stopped Lian Xiong in time. Her whip swept out and coiled around Lian Xiong's arm that was holding the sword. In the next moment, she forcefully tore the arm off Lian Xiong's shoulder and flung it away. Her entire action was as smooth as flowing water. "Because he's my elder brother, Duan." Chapter 935. It's because he's my elder brother, Duan. Feng Tianwu's short sentence caused many young men from various forces to look at Duan Lingtian with jealousy in their eyes. They could not wait to replace him. At this moment, as long as one was not blind, one could see the affection Feng Tianwu had for Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, this fellow really has a lot of luck with women," Huang Daniu said with an envious expression on his face. When Feng Tianwu was such a peerless beauty, everyone, including him, could not help but be tempted when they first laid their eyes on her. "Junior sister Feng, why you'll regret this?" Lian Xiong gritted his teeth and said to Feng Tianwu with a jealous expression on his face. Then he flew away and chased after his arm that was severed and thrown away by Feng Tianwu. If he could find and reattach his arm in time, there might still be a chance for him to recover. When that blade sect's disciple made his move earlier, he mobilized the heaven and earth energy and consolidated more than 270 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. He's very powerful, but his arm was still severed by this fairy-like blade sect's female disciple. This Blade Sect's female disciple looks like she's only in her early 20s. She already possesses such terrifying strength at such a young age. It's really shocking. She's really blessed by the heavens. Not only does she have a devastatingly beautiful appearance, but she also has an innate talent and comprehension ability that makes people jealous. Whether it was the Five Element sect, the Empyrean Temple, or the Sun Moon sect's young disciples, all of them could not help but whisper among themselves. The shock that Feng Tianwu brought to them was just too great. Although Feng Tianwu's attack was very fast, and she did not even mobilize the heaven and earth energy to consolidate the heaven and earth phenomenon, they could see that Feng Tianwu's strength was far above the Blade Sect's disciple whose arm was severed by her. Tianwu girl, this time, you've gone a little overboard. The skinny old man who was the leader of the two old men from Blade Sect looked at Feng Tianwu with a slightly reproachful expression. Sect leader, I held back just now. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse now. In the face of the old man's reproach, Feng Tianwu replied calmly with a hint of coldness in her voice. As the saying went, a dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it and you'll die. In her world, Duan Lingtian was her reverse scale. The reason she did not kill Lian Xiong today was because her father, Feng Wu Dao, was the Sword Sect's elder in Blade Sect. She did not want to put her father in a difficult position. The sect leader of Blade Sect? Although he did not know the old man's name, he had to admit, Duan Lingtian, he had a bad impression. What did he mean, went a little overboard? That Blade Sect's disciple, Lian Xiong, had wanted to kill him the moment he attacked. The sword in his hand was inches away from his glabella, and he had nearly killed him. If Tianwu had not made the first move, and it was him instead, Lian Xiong would have already become a corpse. Was it Tian, he's a very, very well was Tian. You're Duan Lingtian, the prospective disciple of Blade Sect? Soon after, the old man's gaze shifted from Feng Tianwu to Duan Lingtian. His tone was calm and cold. From now on, I, Duan Lingtian, have nothing to do with Blade Sect anymore. Duan Lingtian announced calmly as he looked at the old man. When he heard the old man reproach Feng Tianwu, he no longer had any interest in joining Blade Sect. Duan Lingtian. Horror dawned on Jian Shusan when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to speak to the sect leader of Blade Sect in such a manner. Moreover, he wanted to cut ties with Blade Sect as soon as he opened his mouth. When the old man regained his senses, horror dawned on his face as he said in a deep voice, "Do you think you can join Blade Sect as you please?" "That's exactly the case for me," Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. "The reason I agreed to join the Blade Sect was because I owed him a favor. As for now, I'm not interested in joining the Blade Sect at all." Duan Lingtian no longer bothered with the old man when he reached this point. Instead, he looked at Jian Shusan and said, "Senior, I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely repay your kindness in the future. As for Blade Sect, I won't join it anymore." The old man's attitude earlier had chilled Duan Lingtian's heart. Although there might be other reasons, such as Lian Xiong's identity and background, etc. In his opinion, those were not excuses. When Jian Shusan saw the determination on Duan Lingtian's face, he realized the situation was irreversible. He did not know what to say and could only smile wryly. All right. Today, for the sake of little Tianwu, I won't fuss about it with you." The old man was angered by Duan Lingtian until his face turned gloomy. When he reached the end of his sentence, he took a deep breath and continued, "Since you're unwilling to join Blade Sect, we won't force you either. From now on, you're no longer a prospective disciple of Blade Sect. There are many young powerhouses in Blade Sect. We don't need someone like you." When the old man reached the end of his sentence, his interest waned. It was obvious that he did not take Duan Lingtian seriously. That would be great. Duan Lingtian nodded and turned around to look at Sun Moon Sect's disciple, Lu Kai, who was waiting there. He said in a deep voice, "Let's continue." He did not forget about the bet with Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect. It was impossible for him to forget about the 2 9th level concept fragments. "Elder brother Duan, what are you doing?" Feng Tianwu glanced at Lu Kai. Although Lu Kai had already retracted his origin energy and concept, she could still see the strength he displayed when she first arrived. He did not use any spirit weapon, but he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 220 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Due to this reason, Feng Tianwu could see that Lu Kai was a 9th level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept. "It's nothing. I have a bet with him. You can just watch from the side." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he gave Feng Tianwu a reassuring look. The moment Feng Tianwu heard this, she obediently retreated. "Duan Lingtian, be careful." At this moment, Su Lianzhang Shouyong had also retreated. They watched from afar as Duan Lingtian confronted the black-clad young man. The young man gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. As Duan Lingtian confronted Lu Kai again, the origin energy and saber concept on Lu Kai's body reappeared. At the same time, the group of Empyrean Temple's monk disciples began to discuss again. From the Empyrean Temple's monk disciples, Feng Tianwu, Su Li Zhang Shouyong, and the rest of the Blade Sect's people quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Each of them could not help but be shocked. The wager for each side in this bet is 2 9th level concept fragments. That Sun Moon Sect's disciple, Lu Kai, is a 9th level void interpretation martial artist who has comprehended the 9th level intermediate saber concept. One by one, the Blade Sect's disciples began to discuss. Although they were shocked, they could not help but feel excited about the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lu Kai. Of course, most of them felt that Lu Kai had a higher chance of winning. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure flew over from afar. It was Lian Xiong who had returned from picking up his severed arm. Lian Xiong's severed arm had already been reattached by him, but his face was still extremely pale. It was no different from a dead person's face. After he returned, Lian Xiong looked at Feng Tianwu. The depth of his eyes was filled with extreme coldness. "Lian Xiong, the matter of Tianwu, little girl cutting off your arm, ends here." The skinny old man, who was also the sect leader of Sword Sect, glanced at Lian Xiong indifferently. His tone was cold and did not contain any emotion. "Sect leader," upon hearing the old man's words, horror dawned on Lian Xiong's face. He wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the old man again. "Did you not hear what I said clearly, or do you want me to repeat it for you?" When the old man reached the end of his sentence, his voice seemed to have come from an ice cave. It scared Lian Xiong so much that he could not help but shudder. He glanced at Feng Tianwu reluctantly, but he did not dare to have any thoughts of revenge. He knew very well in his heart, unless he did not want to stay in Blade Sect anymore, or the old man was dead. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take revenge on Feng Tianwu. Otherwise, if the old man found out about it, he would definitely die. Lian Xiong took a deep breath and shifted his gaze away. He began to search for Duan Lingtian's figure. Soon after, he discovered Duan Lingtian was standing opposite a black-clad young man. Moreover, the black-clad young man displayed a strength that far surpassed his own. He was at the 9th level void interpretation and had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept. What's going on? Lian Xiong could not understand why Duan Lingtian would be facing such a young powerhouse. When he found out the reason from the others, he could not help but sneer inwardly. So that's how it is. This Duan Lingtian is really seeking death. Does he really think he can defeat a 9th level void interpretation martial artist who has comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept? Count yourself lucky that you didn't die in my hands. Lian Xiong's cold gaze was locked onto Duan Lingtian's back. A sneer crept up the corner of his mouth. However, in the next moment, his smile froze completely. God, what did he just see? In the distance, the Sun-Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, made his move. The spirit saber in his hand that was as thin as a cicada's wing shook. All of his energy surged into the spirit saber as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. In the sky, more than 310 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced toward Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Where the saber light that was as thin as a cicada's wing pointed, the airflow in the air was split apart and set off a series of clear whistling sound. The whistling sound grew louder and louder, giving off an extremely ear-piercing feeling. The saber that contained the strength of more than 310 ancient horned dragons charged toward Duan Lingtian like a shadow. It was as though it wanted to split Duan Lingtian into two. Faced with Lu Kai's menacing saber, Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold. He suddenly took a step forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian made his move. He clenched his right hand into a fist and pulled it backward abruptly. His broad back was like a strong bow being pulled. All of a sudden, whoosh! Chapter 936. When they saw Duan Lingtian punching his empty hand toward the Grade 2 spirit saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing in the hand of the Sun-Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, other than the people from Five Element sect, most of the people could not help but feel their scalps go numb. However, all of this did not last for long. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's fist that was shot out like a cannonball was instantly surrounded by a raging origin energy. The moment the origin energy appeared, it underwent an earth-shattering change. The milky white origin energy transformed into a vast and majestic khaki energy. Surrounding the khaki energy were thunderbolts that were as thick as purple electric snakes. Not only that, but it was also emitting waves of fierce aura. Not only that, but there were also gusts of solid astral wind that twined around his fist like a shadow. Of course, all of these changes could only be seen clearly by the high-ranking officials of the major forces who were present with their amazing eyesight. In the eyes of the young disciples from the major forces, after Duan Lingtian punched out, they could no longer see the situation of Duan Lingtian's fist. All they could see was the airflow in the air moving rapidly before it was compressed and exploded. It set off a series of ear-piercing explosions that reverberated in their ears like thunder. Boom! 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 The explosions became louder and louder, causing some of the young disciples with weaker strength from the major forces to feel their eardrums vibrate. Their faces turned pale. Some of the young disciples with weaker cultivation base felt their eardrums explode. Blood spurted out from their ears. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise reverberated in the air, causing everyone's eyes to narrow involuntarily. When the energy contained in Duan Lingtian's fist collided with the Grade 2 spirit saber in the hand of the Sun-Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, it easily sent the Grade 2 spirit saber flying before it continued to envelop Lu Kai's body. In an instant, Lu Kai's body exploded into pieces of flesh and blood that filled the air. Not a single piece of him was left intact. He could not be any more dead. Whoosh! After completely crushing Lu Kai with just one punch, Duan Lingtian withdrew the origin energy and the 4 types of concepts in his hand. The heaven and earth energy that was surging in the air above his head dissipated as well. Because he had only attacked in the blink of an eye, the phenomenon of heaven and earth had dissipated before it could take form. Duan Lingtian stood in the air. Not far in front of him, a rain of blood filled the sky like blooming fireworks, celebrating his final victory in this gambling battle. Fireworks filled the sky, looking extremely gorgeous, eye-catching and dazzling. Duan Lingtian's purple robes fluttered in the wind as he stood there. In the eyes of the onlookers, he appeared incomparably tall. Hiss! 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 The sound of people sucking in cold breaths suddenly rang out, rising and falling one after another, continuous and unending. This Duan Lingtian is so strong. Isn't his strength too terrifying? With just one punch, he killed the Sun Moon sect's disciple who had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept. How old is he? He's simply a monster. For a moment, whether it was the Empyrean Temple's disciples, the Sun Moon sect's disciples, or the Blade sect's disciples, all of them could not help but whisper among themselves. When they mentioned Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of fear in their voices. It was fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Elder Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's eyes lit up, and a smile that could turn the world upside down appeared on her beautiful face. Her graceful body stood there with a smile that was like a flower. It was as though she had transformed into a beautiful painting. Although Feng Tianwu had always been very confident in Duan Lingtian, when she saw Duan Lingtian displaying such a powerful strength and killing his opponent with just one punch, she could not help but feel happy for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength has actually become so powerful. Su Li's eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with astonishment. I originally thought that when we met again, the gap between us would be narrowed. Who would have thought that he has already left me far behind? Duan Lingtian had killed a 9th level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept with just one punch. This caused him to feel inexplicably shocked from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Shouyang's eyes narrowed as well. Although he did not say anything, his current expression was enough to show the shock in his heart. It could be said that he had watched Duan Lingtian step by step until today. The young man who needed his help to survive at the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast had unknowingly grown to the point where he had to look up to him. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Brother Lingtian, now that I recall the first time we met, the world has really changed. Zhang Shouyang thought to himself. On the Blade sect side, it was not only Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang who were shocked. Even Sword 13 and the other 3 Blade sect's high-ranking officials could not help but be shocked. In just a few months, Duan Lingtian's strength has actually risen to such a level. What a monster! Sword 13 sighed. As expected of a variant, Saber 5, who was standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Variant? Saber 5's words caused the 2 old men standing at the side to narrow their eyes. The sturdy old man looked at Saber 5 and asked in a deep voice, Saber 5, "You said Duan Lingtian is a variant?" "Yes." Saber 5 nodded. "He's a variant who can cast his innate ability. A variant who can cast his innate ability." The sturdy old man, who was also the sect leader of Saber sect, sucked in a breath of cold air. The skinny old man standing next to him, the sect leader of Sword sect, trembled imperceptibly before his body stiffened. At that moment, he felt his face burning. He seemed to recall the words he said to Duan Lingtian earlier by the side of his ears. "There are many young powerhouses in Blade sect. We don't need someone like you." At that moment, he only wanted to slap himself. The reason he said that earlier was because he did not know Duan Lingtian's strength was so terrifying. He also did not know that Duan Lingtian was a variant that was 1 in a million. Why didn't the 2 of you say so earlier? The sect leader of Sword sect glared at Sword 13 and Saber 5. There was a hint of anger in his tone. If he had known that Duan Lingtian was so strong and knew that Duan Lingtian was a variant, he would definitely not have treated Duan Lingtian the way he did earlier. A single slip would cause everlasting regret. That was how the sect leader of Sword sect felt at that moment. Senior Brother Saber, and I thought that Duan Lingtian was taken away by a martial monarch powerhouse. That's why we didn't mention anything about him. Sword 13 smiled wryly. Saber 5 nodded his head. Forget it. Since things have come to this, there's no turning back now. Our Blade sect is not fated with him. It has nothing to do with anything else. The sect leader of Saber's sect shook his head and said, as he guessed what the sect leader of Sword sect was thinking, "How's that possible?" Lian Xiong looked at the purple figure standing proudly in the air in the distance. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He kept shaking his head, unwilling to believe that this was real. I heard from Su Li that he's only 28 years old. He killed a 9th level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept with just a punch at 28 years old. Lian Xiong's heartbeat gradually quickened. It took a long time for him to calm down. With his strength, earlier when I attacked him, if he had attacked me before Junior Sister Feng, wouldn't I have died without a doubt? The moment Lian Xiong thought of this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He no longer dared to make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian. He was scared now. Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength had completely destroyed the hatred he had for Duan Lingtian in his heart. Senior brother Lingtian is really amazing. That's right. He killed that 9th level void interpretation Sun Moon Sect's disciple who had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept with just a punch. Looking at all the younger generation in our 5-element sect, only senior brother Ling Tian alone can do that. That Blade sect senior official said that their Blade sect has a lot of young powerhouses, and they don't lack senior brother Ling Tian alone. What a joke, other than that red-clad girl who admires senior brother Ling Tian. How can the rest of the Blade sect's disciples be compared to senior brother Ling Tian? The 5-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Many of them looked at the sect leader of Sword sect from Blade sect mockingly, as though they were mocking him for being blind. The group of 5-element sect senior officials, apart from Guo Chong and Chiyu, had a smile on their faces. Even Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, who had a grudge with Duan Lingtian in the past, seemed to have forgotten about the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian. A sincere smile appeared on his face. Humph, that Qin Feng actually doesn't believe me. Hu Fei stood at the side and glanced at Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, who had a grave expression on his face from afar. A sneer crept up the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, Qin Feng only had himself to blame for losing to Duan Lingtian this time. How's this possible? Chen Feng's face was as grave as it could get. It had never crossed his mind that a 5-element sect's disciple who looked only 25 years old would be so terrifying. With just a punch, he had killed Lu Kai, who was ranked 3rd among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect. On top of that, it was under the premise that Lu Kai had used a grade 2 spirit saber. The few vice sect leaders of Sun Moon sect and the group of Sun Moon sect's disciples also had a grave expression on their faces. 2 of the Sun Moon sect's disciples who stood alone at the side looked at each other. "Are you confident?" One of them suddenly opened his mouth and asked in a deep voice. "Nope. How about you?" The other person shook his head and asked in return. "Nope." The former also shook his head. At once, both of them became silent. They were the 2 most powerful people among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect. However, they did not see the punch that Duan Lingtian, the 5-element sect's disciple, threw out. Not only that, when faced with Lu Kai, who had used a grade 2 spirit saber and unleashed his full strength, none of them dared to say that they could kill him with their bare hands. However, Duan Lingtian had done it. How powerful! Over at the Empyrean Temple's side, Xian Bei's eyes narrowed in shock. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian's strength would be elevated to such a level in just a few months' time. Now this is interesting. However, The moment Xianbei recalled the battle between him and Duan Lingtian, excitement surged in his heart. He began to look forward to it. Chapter 937. Amit Ba. Congratulations, little benefactor Duan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Empyrean Temple's abbot, Hui Kong, slowly raised his hand and directly shot out 4 fragments that flew towards Duan Lingtian. 9th level concept fragments. Although they were already mentally prepared, when they saw the 4 9th level concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hands, many of them could not help but feel shocked and their eyes turned red. That was a 9th level concept fragment. Even the forces they belonged to would only have a few fragments at most. However, Duan Lingtian, a mere 5-element sex disciple, had already monopolized 4 9th level concept fragments. Even many of the high-ranking officials from the major forces could not help but feel envious and jealous. Thank you, Master Hui Kong. Duan Lingtian took the 4 9th level concept fragments and put them away into his spatial ring. At the same time, he thanked Hui Kong from the Empyrean Temple. You're too kind, little benefactor Duan. It's just a small matter. Hui Kong said nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian nodded and stared at Qin Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, whose face was ghastly pale. He grinned and said, Sect leader Qin Feng, thank you for the 2 9th level concept fragments. Qin Feng's face, which was already ghastly pale, turned even gloomier. He sneered and said, Duan Lingtian, so what if you manage to obtain the 2 9th level concept fragments? You're only capable if you have the ability to protect them. Otherwise, you'll just be paving the way for someone else in the end. The moment Qin Feng's words left his mouth, many of the Empyrean Temple's, Blade Sect's, and Sun Moon Sect's disciples' eyes lit up. That was right. Duan Lingtian had 4 9th level concept fragments in his hands. After they entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, would they not be able to snatch them away? Of course. The moment this thought appeared in most of their minds, it was mercilessly shattered by him. What a joke! If they wanted to snatch the 9th level concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hands, they would need to have the ability to do so. Otherwise, they would only be courting death. Earlier, the scene of Duan Lingtian killing a 9th level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended 9th level void interpretation concept with a single punch still reverberated in their minds, and it took a long time for it to fade away. Of course, there were also some young disciples with comparatively stronger strengths from the 3 great powers that privately sent voice transmissions to discuss the possibility of cooperation. After all, Duan Lingtian had 4 9th level concept fragments. Even if the 4 people joined forces and killed him, they would still be able to each obtain 1 9th level concept fragment. However, Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian did not take Duan Lingtian. However, he did Duan Lingtian. However, he did not pay attention to him. Thank you for your concern, Sect Master Qin Feng. Duan Lingtian replied, Qin Feng calmly, before looking at the group of young disciples from the 3 major forces who were eyeing him covetously. If there's really someone who wants the 4 9th level concept fragments in my possession, I'm very interested in getting close to them. A bright and confident smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the confident smile on Duan Lingtian's face, many young disciples immediately dismissed the idea of fighting with Duan Lingtian and snatching the 4 9th level concept fragments. Of course, there were many exceptions as well. After all, the temptation of the 4 9th level concept fragments was too great. Even if they knew Duan Lingtian's ability was extraordinary, they still wanted to give it a try. As the saying went, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong once again gathered together. At the same time, he beckoned the three of them to come before the group of people from Five Element Sect. Then Duan Lingtian introduced Feng Tianwu and the other two to Guichong, Chiyu, Huang Daniu, and Qinwei. At the same time, he also introduced Guichong and the other three to Feng Tianwu and the other two. Sect leader Gua, Peak Master Qi. Feng Tianwu and the other two greeted Guichong and Chiyu politely. At the same time, they nodded and smiled at Huang Daniu and Qinwei. I've never heard Duan Lingtian mention before that he even knows a peerless genius like you, Miss Duan Lingtian. In my opinion, I'm afraid your ability is not inferior to Duan Lingtian, right? Chiyu asked with a smile as he looked deeply at Feng Tianwu. You flatter me, Peak Master Qi. How can I possibly be compared to elder brother Duan? Feng Tianwu quickly replied humbly. Tianwu, you don't have to be so humble. When Lian Xiong made his move on me earlier, even I couldn't react in time since I was completely unprepared. Duan Lingtian shook his head. At that time, even he couldn't help but be shocked by the strength Feng Tianwu revealed. Unfortunately, Feng Tianwu had already withdrawn her origin energy and fire concept by the time he'd completely reacted to it, so he didn't have the time to use his spiritual energy to investigate. However, he was certain that Feng Tianwu's current ability was not inferior to his. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian immediately extended his spiritual energy and swept towards Feng Tianwu in an attempt to probe Feng Tianwu's strength. In the next moment, he probed Feng Tianwu's cultivation base. It would have been better if he did not probe her cultivation base. However, the moment he did, he was so shocked that Duan Lingtian could not regain his senses for a long time. He stood there blankly as though he was possessed. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. How's this possible? Tianwu. She's actually only a third-level void interpretation martial artist. According to Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy probe, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had not even entered the fourth-level void interpretation. She was only at the third-level void interpretation. How could a mere third-level void interpretation martial artist help him stop Lian Xiong? He was slightly hesitant at this moment. However, when he recalled the scene when Feng Tianwu severed the arm of the Blade Sect's disciple, Lian Xiong, he could not help but feel refreshed. Lian Xiong is an 8th-level void interpretation martial artist who has comprehended the 8th-level intermediate sword concept. Tianwu was able to sever his arm before he could react. This means that her ability is much stronger than him. But Tianwu is indeed only a third-level void interpretation martial artist. Could it be the fire concept that Tianwu has comprehended? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was certain. Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body. The speed at which she comprehended the fire concept could be said to be extremely fast. In the process of comprehending the fire concept, it was almost impossible for her to encounter a bottleneck. Moreover, once she used the fire concept fragment to assist her comprehension, the speed at which she comprehended the fire concept would make all martial artists who did not possess the innate spirit body feel embarrassed. However, even if she uses the fire concept fragment to assist her cultivation, Tianwu shouldn't be able to defeat Lian Xiong with just her third-level void interpretation cultivation base, right? The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more curious he became. Lian Xiong was an 8th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 8th-level intermediate sword concept. With the help of his spirit sword, his strength was equivalent to the strength of over 270 ancient horned dragons. With Tianwu's third-level void interpretation martial artist cultivation base, even if she used the grade 3 spirit whip that he refined, she would only be able to exert the strength of 68 ancient horned dragons at the most. The strength of a third-level void interpretation martial artist was equivalent to the strength of 40 ancient horned dragons, when he fully unleashed his origin energy. The grade 3 spirit whip that he refined himself could amplify the strength by 70%. It was equivalent to the strength of 28 ancient horned dragons. When the two were added together, it was the strength of 68 ancient horned dragons. In other words, even if Tian Wu has comprehended the first level advanced fire concept, she would only have the strength of 268 ancient horned dragons in addition to the strength of 68 ancient horned dragons. She's not as good as Lian Xiong, unless Tian Wu has comprehended the second level advanced fire concept. In that case, she would be able to crush Lian Xiong with the strength of 368 ancient horned dragons if she unleashes all of her techniques. Duan Lingtian thought as he cleared his mind. As he cleared his mind, he could not help but gasp. If Tian Wu only relied on the fire concept fragment to assist her, it's impossible for her to elevate her fire concept to such a level in such a short time. In that case, it must be the profound assimilation formation. The Blade sect also had the profound assimilation formation. If it was the profound assimilation formation that allowed Feng Tianwu to undergo such a transformation, then everything would not be strange anymore. The profound assimilation formation is the inscription formation that the reincarnation Emperor Wu created back then. It has a miraculous effect that far surpasses ordinary people when it comes to innate spirit bodies like Tian Wu's fire spirit body. It was easy for Duan Lingtian to find out about this after he searched through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Moreover, according to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's judgment, the profound assimilation formation could elevate an innate spirit body far beyond ordinary people's imagination. In other words, Tian Wu's fire concept might not be as simple as the third level advanced fire concept. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he gasped to himself, "Duan Lingtian, I can't believe you actually know a peerless beauty like Miss Feng. What a surprise!" A voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to snap back to his senses. It was Huang Daniu who was talking to him. "Do you think that all the people I know are big idiots like you?" Duan Lingtian said snappily as he rolled his eyes at Huang Daniu. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, the few people who were close to them, including Guo Chong and Chiyu, could not help but laugh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. It seemed to have merged into two. Upon hearing the sound, the people from the four major forces present on the scene immediately looked over. With just a glance, they saw two groups of people walking toward them in a grandiose manner. In just a moment, they arrived near them and stopped moving. It's the people from Skywolf Fort and the people from Emotion Severing Sect. Many of the Blade sects and Empyrean temples disciples exclaimed in a low voice at once. As one of the four major forces in the south of the Northern Desert, the people from Blade sect and Empyrean temple knew more about Skywolf Fort and Emotion Severing Sect than the Five Element sect from the east of the Northern Desert and the Sun Moon sect from the west of the Northern Desert. Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian's eyes were already fixed on four of the five people in the lead when the group of people from Skywolf Fort appeared. There were three old men and one middle-aged man. Meng Li, Ning Kan, Yukong, and Feng Wei. Chapter 938. Naturally, Meng Li and the other three noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze at the first possible moment. If it was in the past, they would definitely look back at Duan Lingtian with contempt. However, now that they knew about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and that little grandaunt, they did not dare to do so. Of course, although they would not deepen the conflict between Skywolf Fort and Duan Lingtian, they would not take the initiative to apologize to Duan Lingtian either. Not to mention that Zi Shang would be displeased if they did so, and he would no longer do his best for their Skywolf Fort. Even if it was their Skywolf fort, they could not afford to lose face in front of the people from the various great powers. Due to this reason, they chose to ignore Duan Ling Tian completely. However, even if they chose to ignore it, it didn't mean that it could extinguish Duan Ling Tian's rage. After Duan Ling Tian's cold and fierce gaze swept past Meng, Li's group of 4, it descended onto a white-clothed young man behind them, Zishang. When Duan Ling Tian looked at Zishang, Zishang was also looking at him. Moreover, when he looked over, Zishang's voice transmission had already entered his ears in a timely manner. Duan Ling Tian, I really didn't expect that you're so lucky. You actually managed to survive the joint attack of 4 Vice Fort Masters. Upon hearing Zishang's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He had long guessed that the reason the 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort had brought along 10 elders from Skywolf Fort to hunt him down was because of Zishang. However, after he confirmed it from Zishang's mouth, his emotions were still greatly affected. A cold light flickered in his eyes that were filled with killing intent. Zishang, Emperor Wu's secret treasure will be your grave. After Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and calmed his agitated emotions, his voice transmission pierced into Zishang's ears without any emotion. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. What Duan Ling Tian did not expect was that Zishang, who could only admit defeat in front of him in the past, was exceptionally tough this time. It was as if he had the confidence to kill him. Looks like your strength has improved a lot. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so confident. Duan Ling Tian sneered. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Zishang replied coldly. I'll wait and see. The sharp light in Duan Ling Tian's eyes grew brighter as he spoke word by word. Amit Ba, Vice Fort Master Luo, Fort Master Qing didn't come? The abbot of the Empyrean Temple, Hui Kong, looked at an old man among the 5 leaders of the Skywolf Fort and asked with his palms pressed together. The latter was none other than the leader of the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu, Abbot Hui Kong. Faced with Hui Kong, the leader of the Empyrean Temple, Luo Fu did not dare to be disrespectful. He quickly replied, Our Fort Master has encountered some matters recently, so he didn't have the time to come. Fort Master Qing didn't even come personally for such a big matter as the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It seems like he's been busy with something important recently. Hui Kong's eyes flashed as he smiled. Yes, it's very important. Luo Fu nodded, but the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. At this moment, the other 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort had an awkward expression on their faces. It was hard for them to imagine. If the people from the other 5 major forces found out that the reason their Fort Master of Skywolf Fort did not come was because he had become a mount for a young girl, what kind of expression would they have? Naturally, they would not reveal this matter. If they did, not only would Skywolf Fort become the laughingstock of the Northern Desert, even the disciples of Skywolf Fort would not be able to accept this fact. Sect Leader Pei, long time no see. I didn't expect you to have taken over the position of the Sect Leader of Emotion, Severing Sect. Greetings. After Hui Kong greeted Luo Fu, he looked at the leader of the group of people from Emotion, Severing Sect. It was a middle-aged man with a cold expression who wore plain clothes. The middle-aged man in plain clothes was none other than Peiyan, the Sect Leader of Emotion, Severing Sect. Abbot Hui Kong. Even when faced with Hui Kong, the Empyrean Temple's abbot, Pei-An's expression was still cold. He nodded nonchalantly and greeted him casually. However, Hui Kong was not unhappy because of this. After smiling lightly, he stood there quietly. At the same time, the high-ranking officials of the 6 major forces greeted each other. Time continued to pass by quietly. Not long after, the sun set in the west. The sky was filled with a crimson sunset glow, causing the entire world to seem as though it was dyed red. It looked magnificent. Time's up. Suddenly, the high-ranking officials of the 6 major forces looked at each other before diving down one after another into the complicated terrain of the mountains. "Let's go." When Duan Lingtian and the other young disciples of the 6 major forces saw this, they hurriedly followed after them, not daring to be slow at all. They knew that the Emperor Wu's secret treasure was about to be opened. On the way here, the disciples of the 6 major forces, including Duan Lingtian and the other 5 element sects disciples, had all learned about Emperor Wu's secret treasure from the high-ranking officials of their respective forces. Emperor Wu's secret treasure had a specific opening time. It would only be opened for a day, and they had to enter on that day. Otherwise, they would not have the chance to enter again. Of course, there was a time limit for entering, but there was no time limit for exiting. The inscription formation at the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure only prohibited entry and exit. Moreover, it was said that the secret treasure of Emperor Wu that they were going to enter this time was buried deep underground. There were countless inscription formations with powerful destructive force surrounding it. Once someone forcefully destroyed the entrance, those powerful destructive inscription formations would automatically activate and destroy the entire Emperor Wu's secret treasure in one fell swoop. In that case, many of the treasures in Emperor Wu's secret treasure would be buried underground forever. It was precisely because of this that the major forces who knew about the existence of Emperor Wu's secret treasure did not dare to use force. They could only obediently follow the rules set by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. They allowed the young disciples below the age of 40 to enter and search for the profundity fragments that they needed. Very soon, under the leadership of the 6 major forces' high-ranking officials, Duan Lingtian and the other young disciples of the 6 major forces arrived at a spacious valley. It was the valley below the sky where they were just now. The valley was spacious and filled with forests. There was nothing special about it. The entrance to Emperor Wu's secret treasure is here. All the young disciples of the 6 major forces, including Duan Lingtian, had a puzzled expression on their faces. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and extended his spiritual energy. Very soon, he found a clue in the forest in the valley. There was a dense aura of an inscription formation there. As a person who had merged with the lifetime of reincarnation Emperor Wu's inscription memories, Duan Lingtian had a rich understanding of inscription formations. It was easy for him to identify the few inscription formations. There were a total of 5 inscription formations. The one at the top was an inscription formation that was activated at a fixed time. It would only be activated once. Below this inscription formation was an inscription formation that used the age measuring pearl as its foundation. It was an inscription formation that tested the age of a martial artist. Moreover, there were 3 other inscription formations below this inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian discovered them, he could not help but gasp. That Emperor Wu powerhouse is really bold. He actually set up 3 killing formations at the entrance. Once these 3 killing formations are activated, I'm afraid even a 9th level martial monarch powerhouse would be killed immediately. Duan Lingtian understood how terrifying these 3 killing formations were from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Apart from the extremely precious materials required to set up these 3 killing formations, they also required Emperor Wu's stage spiritual energy to set up. Every intersecting inscription inside could only be inscribed by an inscription master at the Emperor Wu stage. It seems like that Emperor Wu powerhouse is most likely an inscription master as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "Elder brother Duan, what did you discover?" Feng Tian Wu, who was following beside Duan Lingtian, besides observing everything in the valley, would occasionally look at Duan Lingtian. She just happened to notice Duan Lingtian's solemn expression, and she immediately asked via voice transmission. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and replied via voice transmission. "If I'm not mistaken, the entrance to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is right below the forest." apart from an inscription formation that activates at a fixed time and an inscription formation that tests the age of a person who enters. There are also 3 inscription formations that have extremely terrifying lethality. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at the place where he sensed the inscription formation. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian finished speaking via voice transmission. The higher-ups of the 6 great powers arrived in the sky above the forest with tacit understanding, and then they attacked together and swept the forest clean. Every single one of the higher-ups of the 6 great powers was in existence at the void transformation stage or above. They controlled their origin energy and concept to form a saber, and cleared the forest in a short moment. After the forest was cleared, a magnificent door that lay on the ground appeared before everyone's eyes. The door was embedded on the ground just like that. Its shape was huge and simple, and it wasn't tainted by a trace of dust, and it gave off an extremely aged feeling. The aged feeling that greeted them seemed to be telling how long the door had existed for. Then what should we do? Should we still go in? When she heard Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face had a trace of vigilance. Don't worry. Those 3 killing formations are only targeted at people who forcefully enter and those who are over the age of 40. Under other circumstances, those 3 killing formations won't be activated. Duan Lingtian consoled. Feng Tianwu came to a sudden understanding when she heard this. So that's how it is. This is the entrance to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure? This door looks extremely old. I wonder how long it has existed. The young disciples of the 6 great powers followed behind the higher-ups of their respective powers as they looked down at the gigantic door embedded on the ground. At the same time, their faces were filled with curiosity. It's said that the Emperor Wu's secret treasure under this door has existed for 1,000 years. The martial emperor powerhouse who left behind this secret treasure died of old age 1,000 years ago. Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, slowly explained when he heard the discussion of the young disciples of the various powers. 1,000 years? Chapter 939. Setting up an inscription formation so that the secret treasure he left behind would be opened after 1,000 years. What kind of powerful technique was this? Apart from Duan Lingtian and the senior officials of the various major forces who knew about all this from other sources, the others were shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The strength of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu was beyond their imagination. Even Zhang Yan, who had been standing quietly behind Peiyan without the slightest sense of existence, could not help but be slightly moved at this moment. This Zhang Yan seems to be a little different from before. Earlier, when the group of people from emotion-severing sect had just arrived, Duan Lingtian casually glanced at Zhang Yan a few times and did not pay much attention to him. Therefore, he did not notice the slight changes on Zhang Yan. However, now that he took a closer look, he noticed the clues immediately. Compared to a few months ago, the current Zhang Yan seemed to have an indescribable peculiar aura on his body. Duan Lingtian faintly realized that something might have happened to Zhang Yan in the past few months. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and swept toward Zhang Yan. He immediately detected Zhang Yan's cultivation base. It was the 7th level void interpretation. A few months ago, Zhang Yan's cultivation base was at the 6th level void interpretation. Now that he had broken through to the 7th level void interpretation, Duan Lingtian was not surprised. After all, Zhang Yan was different from him. Zhang Yan had long left the Darkhan dynasty and came to the northern desert of the foreign lands. He even joined a motion-severing sect and took Pei-En as his master. During Zhang Yan's cultivation process, he definitely did not lack various spirit fruits that were exclusive to void interpretation martial artists. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess a cultivation base at the 6th level void interpretation a few months ago. Previously, he had consumed a large amount of spirit fruits exclusive to void interpretation martial artists. This meant that unless Zhang Yan obtained spirit fruits exclusive to void interpretation martial artists that he had never consumed before, otherwise, it would be difficult for him to rely on the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruits to raise his cultivation base. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Duan Ling Tian frowned for a moment before relaxing again. Earlier, at the same time that he sensed an indescribable peculiar aura from Zhang Yan, he also felt a trace of danger from Zhang Yan. It was as if Zhang Yan could pose a threat to him. When he probed Zhang Yan's current cultivation base with his psychic power, his first thought was that he was mistaken. It was impossible for Zhang Yan, who was at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage, to pose a threat to him. After all, not everyone was Feng Tianwu. Why hasn't the Emperor Wu's secret treasure been opened yet? Half an hour later, Tiangu, the peak master of the 5-element sect's Earth Peak, frowned slightly as he asked in bewilderment. Almost as soon as Tiangu finished speaking, a translucent light shield appeared on the outside of the magnificent door that was embedded in the ground, enveloping the entire door. Whoosh! Seeing the sudden appearance of this translucent light barrier, everyone present couldn't help but burst into an uproar. This is the inscription formation. I think so. The young disciples of the 6 major forces discussed animatedly as they looked at the translucent light shield with curiosity in their eyes. One of the monk disciples from the Empyrean Temple even flew forward curiously and reached out his hand to touch the translucent light shield as though he wanted to feel how it felt. This Empyrean Temple disciple's speed was so fast that the others could not react in time. When Duan Lingtian was the first to react, the Empyrean Temple disciple had already touched the translucent light shield and even put his hand into it. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew that this Empyrean Temple disciple was finished. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the first of the 3 killing formations had suddenly moved. It was obvious that it had been activated. Stop! The senior officials of the 6 major forces reacted one after another. The Empyrean Temple's abbot Hui Kong had a change of expression as he cried out in shock. He lost his composure and no longer looked as calm as before. Hui Kong's cry shocked many of the young disciples from the major forces to the point that they could not help but shudder. Abbot, this light shield can... Upon hearing Hui Kong's cry, the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple whose hand went through the light shield did not seem to realize the danger he was in. Instead, he looked at Hui Kong as though he was asking for credit. It was as though he wanted to say to Hui Kong, Abbot, I've tried it. Abbot, I've tried. This light barrier can be passed through. However, before he could finish speaking, the entire valley suddenly shook as though an extremely violent earthquake had occurred, interrupting his words. The Empyrean Temple's monk disciple's expression changed. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he realized that he was in trouble. Without any hesitation, he quickly pulled his hand out of the translucent light shield. Unfortunately, it was too late. The people present did not even see any energy appear, but the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple's body suddenly stiffened before he exploded with a bang and turned into a bloody rain that filled the sky. It was fortunate that the people nearby had evacuated in time. Otherwise, they would have been splattered with blood. Even so, the young disciples from the major forces could not help but gasp. When they looked at the translucent light shield that enveloped the door again, their eyes were filled with dread and fear. All Empyrean Temple disciples, listen up! Unless this light shield disappears on its own, nobody is allowed to get close to it. Hui Kong's expression was slightly grave as he warned the other Empyrean Temple disciples. The upper echelons of the other 5 major forces, including the 5-element sect, also warned their disciples one by one. The young disciples from the various forces nodded without any hesitation. Even without the warning, they did not dare to get close to the translucent light shield. In their eyes, the translucent light shield was no different from a scourge. When the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple came into contact with the translucent light shield, his body inexplicably exploded. They were terrified from the bottom of their hearts after learning this lesson from their predecessors. Elder Brother Duan is that the power of the killing formation. Feng Tianwu's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it seemed to contain traces of terror mixed within. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded in response. Moreover, that's only the power of the first killing formation among the three. My spiritual energy can sense that the other two killing formations that are even more powerful have yet to be activated. Even more powerful killing formations? How powerful are they? Feng Tianwu was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. It's hard for me to describe exactly how powerful they are. Let me put it this way. Among the three killing formations, once the third one at the bottom is activated, even a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse would follow in the footsteps of the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple. After pondering for a moment, Duan Lingtian replied to Feng Tianwu through voice transmission. His tone was solemn. Once the third killing formation was activated, it could even kill a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face turned pale at once. In her opinion, a martial monarch stage powerhouse was extremely powerful. Even the Blade sect had gone to great lengths for the sake of Emperor Wu's secret treasure to obtain the profundity fragment so that a martial monarch stage powerhouse could be born in the sect. However, the newly born martial monarch stage powerhouse was only at the first-level martial monarch stage. Such a powerhouse was like an ant in front of a 9th-level Emperor Wu stage powerhouse. It was not worth mentioning at all. However, the killing formation at the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure could kill a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse instantly, let alone a group of martial artists who had not even entered the Emperor Wu stage. After the death of the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple, the entire spacious valley regained its tranquility. However, soon after, another loud noise reverberated in the air. Many people were so frightened that they trembled instinctively. Rumble. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the door that was shrouded in a translucent light slowly opened, revealing the true face underneath. Under the door, a high platform appeared before everyone's eyes. On one side of the high platform, there was an endless stone staircase that led to the depths of the ground. Looking down from above, it was pitch black. As for the other three sides, it was deep and boundless like a bottomless abyss. Flight prohibiting formation. When most of the people's attention was on the high platform and the stone staircase, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy that had penetrated the 5 inscription formations could clearly sense the aura of the inscription formations that permeated the high platform. It was none other than the flight prohibiting formation. The flight prohibiting formation was an inscription formation that prevented a martial artist above the void stage from flying in the air once they entered it, unless their own strength could break free from the shackles of the inscription formation. Otherwise, in the flight prohibiting formation, one could only obediently walk on the ground. This flight prohibiting formation must have been left behind by that martial emperor powerhouse as well. In this case, even a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse can only walk on the ground once he enters it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although there were many inscription masters among the senior officials of the 6 major forces who could more or less sense the aura of the flight prohibiting formation, they could not identify what kind of inscription formation it was. After all, they were different from Duan Lingtian, who possessed Reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of inscription formation memories. Reincarnation Emperor Wu had lived 2 lives. In his second life, he had studied inscription formations to the extreme. Not only did he create many inscriptions and inscription formations, but he also understood all the common inscriptions and inscription formations on Cloud Continent. Of course, There were also some obscure inscription formations and inscription formations that Reincarnation Emperor Wu had only heard of, but he did not know how to inscribe and set them up. Just like the split and unite inscription formation that Duan Lingtian obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure, it could allow a spirit sword to temporarily split into 9 and unite into 1. Reincarnation Emperor Wu did not know how to inscribe and set it up. With my current second level void transformation stage spiritual energy, I wonder how many swords I can control if I cultivate the 9 tribulations sword control technique. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart when he thought of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Only now did he recall that when he obtained the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and 3 profundity fragments from the Sword Monarch's treasure, he also obtained a sword skill left behind by the white-clothed Sword Monarch. 9 tribulation sword control technique. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.